go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way. It was like 18 gigs for me, I think, on my PlayStation.
Blake,
Something crazy like that.
repaired or even a simple bypass and underman.
If any of you take on any damage, get back to me ASAP, and I'll help you out.
Brother!
I'm not carrying any dead bodies back.
I have the recessive genes.
I'm locked, loaded, and ready to make shit dead.
Blah, blah, nigga. All right, let's go. I'm screaming, Joey. Yes. Oh, so it is this. It really? I don't know. I don't think I might have seen it, but I didn't register it. First one. Period. I was not aware. Thank you for teaching me. Now I know. Now I know. And knowing's half the battle. The other half is violence and murder. What am I doing? All right. Shit. Oh wow, dude, she's like farted blood out. She's like, blah. And that's like a pool. Oh shit. I use a voice changer to hide my identity. He's just like ghost face. Hello. Nothing. What is good in the hood? Excuse me. Oh, fuck my hair. I probably should have showered beforehand, but if I did, I wouldn't be streaming until like 9. And I wanted to do it a little bit early today, as early as I could. Then I was like, I gotta eat, so I did that. And now we are going to vaguely Spain. I think it's in Spain. España. I played this a couple times. Yeah, I played this at least twice, possibly 3 times, but first time on PC. And I also didn't give myself enough time to test out VR. I think I know what the problem might have been. I actually think it was an NVIDIA setting that was trying to like double the resolution of bullshit before I even started launching it. But I didn't have time to do the RE framework mod. Oh, I fucking love that name, dude, so fucking much. How you doing, dude? Asmic, what's how's it going? I'm getting ready. I don't know why Steam's being a little bitch right now. Steam's being a real bitch. Oh, there it is. Ad break ends. Wait, didn't the ad? Did they just have an ad break? What the fuck is happening? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this? First, hey, what up, Jay? How you doing? Here, while we're here waiting, I'm gonna do some shout outs. You're gonna do, first of all,
That was exciting.
wait, where's that coming from?
Funny though.
Oh, it's the other Twitch I have open. My friends are playing D&D right now. That actually scared the shit out of me. I was like, who the f Asmic abandoned me for Shat stream. I'd say he traded up. What up everybody? But yeah, we're gonna give a few shout outs. Angel was first. Oh, everybody, a very entertaining streamer. She's oh, I'm an idiot, I never plugged this in. She's newer and she's becoming a bit more regular as far as streaming goes, so I'm pretty stoked. She's playing Sifu, just Silent Hill. Angel's probably gonna be playing Twitch on easy, so her first doesn't count. It counts. Does Angel stream now? I hope she plays games on hard. I'm in the process of rescuing a cat. Sorry, Jay. You have pictures? I want to see. And who would be second? Paul. Paul, I miss his streams. Luigi McDuck, I fucking 69. It's top tier, dude.
I can't do that, Jay. You know that. Wait, I mean,
Sometimes you gotta grab the pussy.
nice try. That one.
Oh. fucking baby shark bullshit. Hate it there. What's good? Hey, what up, King? How you doing? I'm just going down the list of some shoutouts, and then I'm gonna play some Resident Evil Village. Third. What's third? Okay. Oh, it's Asmic. Asmic, do you stream? I forget. You do not. Pussy Grabbers Inc. right here. Pussy Grabbers Incorporated. Is that the next Pixar one? Is that the sequel to Monsters Inc.? Then we get Jay. What up, King? Play a different game. I don't want to give up on Resident Evil now. Right at the end? Fuck off.
I actually struggle a bit now.
Oh shit, this is old Jay. This is
Galaxy can get hard at times. I beat Galaxy once.
like a year ago. Actually,
when it was, you know,
that's Luco. Holy
I
shit.
really liked it. My favorite.
I miss
Mario game
Luco.
is Super Mario Brothers for the SNES.
Luco.
By 64.
And King streams. Yeah, you're playing Silent Hill 2. I didn't get to see it because I found out too late. But I wish I did. Everybody, check out these people. Yeah, he's busy being poor and mad these days. Oh.
I can't promise you that.
Well, I'll pour one out for Luco. I'm just kidding. I'll pour it into my mouth.
That one share will always come in clutch.
No promises.
Yeah, no promises, gang. No promises.
Nice. This is the first one. No, that's the first one.
What the fuck am I doing?
Hey, what are you doing?
So I folded. I folded. I folded.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. It is now time. I actually gotta go to work now. I'll try to stop by stream here and there, but I don't want spoilers. No, I totally get it. I would feel terrible if this was spoiled for you since it's your first playthrough. Watch, honestly, you waited too long. God damn it, Jay. It's gonna break it. It's gonna break. It's gonna freeze. Oh, that was so long. Hey, what up, buddy? How you doing?
These liberals
Yep,
are
you
trying
broke
to
it.
assassinate
Son
my
of a bitch.
character. I can't change their mind. I
Jay.
won't change my mind because I don't have
Jay. I can disable it. I'm gonna disable it. This is why you can't have nice things. Look at that. Boop, boop, boop. Actually, let me refresh it and then I'll disable it because you've been a little snarky motherfucker. I love you. Mwah. I hope you have a good rest of your shift, honey. I love that you're supporting the homie king. Well, the homie king supporting me. Unless you're talking to him. This is why punctuation is important. Where that comma is matters. All right, thank you for the lurk. See you, Jay. All right, let's actually play this. Game accept's not disabled. When everything starts spamming, that's when I'll know. Wait, what the fuck? Why does this keep defaulting on? Oh, okay, I got it. Yes. Has anybody here not played Resident Evil Village before? I'm curious. Has anybody not played? What the fuck is going on? Hold on, it's annoying me. I haven't using the Elgato. I'm trying to use game capture or display capture. There we go. That's what it is. Let's go. All right. Yeah, I'm curious. Has anybody not played 7? I think this game has a recap. Wait, what the fuck is all this? Found footage filter, tape recorder, save point. No. Wait, what is happening with my capture? That's annoying. Is it working? Yeah. What if I turned you off? You off? Okay. Stop it, game. I played and beaten Village twice. Oh, hell yeah. Why is it doing that? Maybe game capture is the one. Let's try that. Properties. I notice every time I right click or go back, it's being a little bastard. Capture. And hopefully it doesn't do that anymore. Alright, new game. I love Resident Evil in all forms. Amen, brother. I love Resident Evil. Like it's family. Survive the unsurvivable. Well, it's kind of contradicting yourself here. If it's unsurvivable, I can't survive it, you know? Also, I suck at video games. Hardcore. I'm gonna go standard. I'm just a normal guy. You know what I'm saying? Third person or first? First, of course. Even though this would be a lot easier, I imagine, on mouse and keyboard. Because I've only played this on console.
With a dark, cold silence. The bushes.
Go standard, why not? Oh, I did.
Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast.
I think the hardest I've ever gone was like professional on 4 and 5.
Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry. Then
Girl, same.
appeared. He greeted her warmly and bit his own wing. Come, child, quench your thirst.
Wait, what's that noise?
So she drank the
Oh shit! Thank you so much for the sub, my guy. I appreciate that. It means a lot.
Cold. The girl was shivering in her thin clothes.
Here, pucker up.
Then
Get over
a
here.
dark weaver
Bring it in.
Mwah.
Thank you for your money.
Into a beautiful
I'm a pro on 4 and kicked my ass. Yeah, it's hard. It's just rough.
He coaxed. So she clothed herself.
Yeah, thanks,
and
King.
smiled
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's why I like. It's like I do it just to prove I can, but I don't enjoy it. I mean, depending on the game, but I just like, you know, a normal. Give me medium.
Then the Fish King.
There was a few years when I was like really try hard, and I would like
Come, child.
play every game like at least on hard, and that was miserable.
So the girl ate.
I don't know if you guys have seen me play. I'm not
Joy once more.
good.
Continuing on, she
I'm
soon
aight.
entered the forest's dark heart. Then an iron steed appeared.
I platinum easy shit like Spider-Man and Persona 4 Dancing All Night.
The creature
The
said
best
nothing
damn
else
rhythm game ever made.
and snatched what she thought was another gift. The horse grew angry and summoned the other monsters.
But what do you do tonight, King? You streaming later?
Terror filled
You
the
stream
girl's
late too, don't you?
heart as the wild wind rose around the beasts. Suddenly, a witch appeared, dark yet regal.
I like how she looks like a witch from was it just called Witches? What was that fucking movie with the based on the Roald Dahl thing? I like your vibe, Shattered. I've watched your streams before. You rock, honestly.
So more in turn.
Aww. Thanks. I'd be blushing if I could. I appreciate that. That's really sweet of you. I like your vibe.
She's asleep.
No, I'm at work. Oh, okay, I see.
She's only 6
Well, I'm trying to tune in when I can. Brother.
The store said it was traditional.
Asmic, that was really nice of you. Thank you. I'm gonna cry. No, I'm just kidding.
because she doesn't understand it.
I had a pretty weird week, but a decent day, you know?
Remember?
There's
That's
nothing
fine.
wrong with my memory.
Play some good old Resident Evil.
You're just being paranoid.
It's not.
Stream to the best people,
I'm sorry.
you
But I'm not
guys.
paranoid. I'm just cautious.
And mark another one off my Resident Evil list. So after this, technically, I just have Resident Evil 4 Remake left. And that's the official, you know, like console and spin-off, all that shit. I do have other stuff planned that is Capcom and from official. It's just nobody ever plays it or talks about it. I'm talking to you.
Mother doesn't want to
Talking to you,
remember.
Moist Critical. You're not done. He's not done. I didn't see him stream Resident Evil Degeneration for the
Nothing.
Nokia
I'll put her
N-Gage. I didn't see him stream Confidential Report or the missions for Java. I am a musician. I tour all over the country. Enjoy your streams in my downtime. Dude, that's so nice. What do you play? Actually, I feel like I've seen you talk about your band before. You can link it here if you want. They have like a SoundCloud, a YouTube. What are the other ones? Play guitar? Hell yeah. Play tabs on guitar. F. You know how long it took me to get used to pressing mouse to investigate things instead of E or whatever? Or pick up these wipes. Shaq convinced King to play RE4. Tell him it's more than action than horror, and I feel kind of feels like Silent Hill 2 without the melee and jump scares. I will link my SoundCloud. Yeah, nice. I'm an engineer. I watch your streams in my downtime. Thanks, Paul. That's really sweet of you too. Do you tour all over the country? No. No, wait. So King doesn't want to play RE4? Wait, but he's playing Silent Hill 2. What do you mean? Does he not like the spooky? Is it too spooky? I tour all over these nuts. Nice. I kind of walked into that one. That was pretty good.
They're there.
That was pretty good.
That book's too scary for you.
Yeah, dude. RE4 is a notable and like significant turning point for the series. That's the first time that they really went like actually I think it revolutionized third person action in general. They're the ones that really got wait, what? AC7387. Thank you for the follow. It's the perfect game to queue up next. Oh yeah, dude, I'm really stoked for the remake. But yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the cult. Anyway, yeah, so it made it to where the camera would snap behind you for third person shooting. At least that like standardized that because every third person shooter was RE4 for the next few years. And yes, it is a tonal shift as well. You're Leon Kennedy, but you're different. He changed. He's basically like American James Bond now. And it's a huge departure from like just tone. Like it is mostly action. It's got some spooky in there. I'm only doing Silent Hill because she wanted me to. Well, she wants you to do Resident Evil 4 remake also. You should do that. Everybody, Asmic's in a band. Click that link and like their stuff. Actually, I'm gonna queue it up right now so I can listen to it after stream. Muffin! Hi, Muffin. How you doing? Curtain closes on Dulvey gas incident. Oh, they blamed it on a gas leak. Classy. The committee completed their investigation on the 18th into the Dulvey toxic gas leak in Louisiana in 2017. They concluded the deaths were caused by a leak of natural gas that had built up in the mud rock. I almost said Murdoch under the area. Nice, thank you. Hi, Muffin. What is good? What is up? What was I gonna say? I was gonna quote. Was it White Girls? What's up, my sister? Oh no, that's a scary movie. Anyway, Jack Baker, 57, and his family who were exposed to the gas perished. Joe Baker's out there probably punching something. Ethan Winters and his wife are also believed to have been nearby, but their current whereabouts are unknown. The entire area has been closed off by officials who believe it to be at least 10 years before the area is inhabitable again. I can read. I don't know about that one. Wait, you don't know about what one? How are you? Oh, you don't know if you're gonna play it even if she wants you to? I think you should. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I love this franchise so goddamn much. So I'm glad I'm almost done with my marathon. It's taken me over a year. But if you look at my page, you can see I played a lot of shit. And yeah, my goal before RE9 was announced and everybody else started doing it was to stream every Resident Evil. I talk about this all the time. But yeah, I'm gonna do all of them, like not just the main lines, not just the spin-offs on console and stuff, not just the Game Boy Color one, but like there's like Java mobile games. There's actually a weird crossover with like a comedy anime on mobile, like on Android, that I found a way to translate and stream. It's cheating and it's not official. I mean, it's official Capcom, like I think it's an official crossover, but it's called Bakazud, like Baka Hazard or something like that. And I can play it on my phone, but it's all in Japanese. But there's apps you can use to overlay that'll live translate everything. I was testing it. It's a lot of English, but it works. It works well enough for me. February 6, 2021, Mia and I had another fight. Aw. I accidentally mentioned what happened 3 years ago and she blew up at me. We finally settled down in our new life in Europe and can bring Rose up properly, but I still feel like a part of me is trapped in that hellhole back in Louisiana. You could take the Ethan out of Louisiana, but you can't take the Louisiana out of Ethan. You heard it here first. I know Mia doesn't like to talk about it, but can we really just forget everything and pretend it didn't happen? Shouldn't we face what happened there so we can live our lives with Rose without it hanging over our heads? I owe her that much at least. I know Mia knows this too. She wouldn't have exploded like that at the hospital if she didn't care. Mia being a bitch. JK. Can I change the controls to like, is E being used? Poor Ethan. Yeah, I fucking love Ethan. Everybody likes to shit on Ethan. He's boring. He has no personality. No, he has a personality. He doesn't have a face. I just love how dorky he is. Like, the enemy will say something quippy and he'll kill the enemy or something like the boss. And he'll just be like, yeah, fuck you. I'm like, yeah, got him. Good one, Ethan. Name, Rosemary Winters. Date of birth, February 8th, 2020. Height, 24, whatever. Screenings, hearing, vision, touch, reflex tests. All results show no issues. Patient is in good health. Other notes. Results for additional fungal pathogen tests will be provided by the BSAA. It's come back to so basic. I love them. I love him for that though. Like, I think it was an RE7. It wasn't RE7. When I think you're getting off the boat, or you're getting, yeah, I think you're getting off the boat, and he's like, I'm gonna find that little bitch. I'm just like, fuck yeah, Ethan. Oh. I like how oh, Mia looks less weird here. She looked weird in the last one. Don't get me wrong, I love Ethan. Poor guy. Yeah. His hands get so fucked up.
I wish it could stay like this forever.
Oh, look at the little monkey. Look at the little monkey outfit. I want to zoom in. Oh, that's so fucking cute. Okay. All right. Skedaddle. Monkey. Wait, did I examine this? Oh, yeah, gun survivalist, heavy firearms. Right.
Paranoia if they're really out to get you.
I don't want to read it anyway. I think there's like a trophy for looking at everything or touching everything or... Oh, I gotta give her fucking monkey. Or is it closed for tomorrow? Oh, I'm gonna go get that monkey. There's like a kid's room up here or some shit. Let's see. Ah! Closed the door by accident. It was an accident. Yeah, I'm just making big circles, but yeah, I think it's... is it downstairs? I'm gonna find it. Also, map button. No objective. Oh, quick button, still Q. Okay, quick turn. All right. I'm gonna make love to my wife. Hey, hot stuff.
Is she okay?
Sleeping like like a baby. That smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister. It's churba de legume. It's a local recipe.
Like how she hits it with the accent, you know?
Native, haven't you?
Local wine, too.
It's like when people that just, you know, speak normal English, they're like at a restaurant and they're like, yeah, I'd like some tacos and enchilada, and then they just talk like normal again.
It's just finding you in Louisiana, the pregnancy, Chris moving us here, military training, it all happened so fast, you know?
Sleeping like a baby. That is Ethan. That's Ethan to a core right there.
Think we can just
He's a good guy though.
Louisiana?
He's got heart. He's just not not quips.
Understand why you are so...
Check that bullet really well. I've seen this before. They fuck her up too. It's like I think it's Goku or Vegeta. They're on the floor getting hit by energy blast. They're just like shaking. Oh god. You got her.
Mia. Oh god.
Fuck. Jesus Christ, like fucking Jason Voorhees over here.
What the hell?
Sorry, Ethan.
No! What? Why?
Yeah, I love the well, I don't love it. I do have one major complaint about the story in this game. It's like Chris should have just spoken up.
All clear.
Chris should just fucking
What the hell you doing with my
said
daughter?
what was up.
Package secure, sir.
Take him away.
I said get your hands off her!
Ethan, no.
Ethan, no. Oh fuck.
Rose.
Chris, what the hell?
Get him out of here.
What the flip? What the frick are you doing here, Chris? Cut the malarkey right now. You're gonna be in real big trouble, mister. Ethan? No, slap. Right? Like his little hand like he's a kid? No. Or like a dog that got in like the garbage? No.
Hey, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your daughter's results back, and I'd like you to come in to talk about them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next week.
I love this game's story. It has a really cool vibe. Like, I like the fantasy feel to it. And that's another thing I said before, I just love about Resident Evil. It's like, no matter what the fuck they throw at you, apparently it could be vampires and werewolves. You know, it could be angry Spaniard cult or whatever. It always goes back to like some sciencey shit, you know?
It's gonna be fine. I just know it.
It's like, why are there werewolves? Oh, it's this. Oh, okay. Doesn't make sense, but I like how it still ties in.
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me. Damn it.
It's called work. Ethan. Oh, look at the cheeks. They will always tie in the story. Yeah. And there's like the formula, you know? There's usually a lab at the end with some sort of self-destruct countdown. And before you know it, you know, you escape in a helicopter.
Jesus.
After using a rocket launcher on the big bad. The fuck? Hey, yo, somebody favorited my store. Umbrella baby. I was really stoked to see the Umbrella logo in the new trailer.
And Rose.
Like, are these cunts still at that? They're still at it.
Fuck.
Let me put my phone on vibrate.
What the hell happened here?
What the fuck happened here? Check it. It's useless. Mission objectives: eliminate target, recover body, secure Rosemary Winters and Ethan Winters. I like how she's first. Move the two Winterses. Really, how you do it? Winterses. You just add ES if it ends with the S. I actually don't know that. Into the snow we go. Yeah. To site C for investigation. At least 2 transport officers to accompany them. Oh, well, it looked like we needed more. Get in there. There's a C. Okay. Ah. All right, let's go. This part's actually really well done. Like, I like the lighting. I think the RE engine is great. I think we're going the right way. Wanted to play this in VR, but I just didn't have enough time to do it. It actually might work. I think I know what the issue was last time. So who knows, down the line, maybe I'll replay more of these in actual VR. Assuming I'm right and I did find the problem. Oh, wait. Look away for 1 second and get all turned around. Here we go. Here we go now. Surprised Ethan's hand didn't. Oh. There it is. I don't know what it is, but Capcom, in this game in particular, they have a real hard-on for fucking up Ethan's hands. Maybe it's just because, like, those are the main characters in this game. Oh, shit. Shit, we got some dead birds up in this bitch. Oh, shit. That wasn't so dead. I see you. Get back here. Every time I play this, I die a lot in the beginning, so just bear with me. Please. Please. Can I change this to just be click? Or no, it's because the third person ones I have to aim and then shoot. I think here I could just like melee. But it being F is actually fucking me up. Can I make it E at least? Let's see. Oh. Keybind. Where's E at? Oh. Fine. E is change. Oh. Oh. Okay. I should get more Pokeballs. I'll just use WASD. Oh, and then that's the. I see. Well, both things can be true, can't they? F. Can I just make it click? Really hate how this is going. 1 second. Let's see. Back. What happens if I... Yeah, enter works, but... just deal with it, Joey. Equivalent exchange. I'm not ready for this. This game does have some, fun jump scares too. You're actually playing Resident Evil on mouse and keyboard? Yeah, because it's on PC. I could play it with a controller, but I don't know. I was kind of curious. This is, it's a first-person game. And it's not like it has tank controls. Tank controls would be fucking awful on mouse and keyboard. I like to imagine. Yikes. I don't know. I got through 2 and 3 remake mouse and keyboard, and I actually thought I felt pretty good once you get the hang of it. Is this like blasphemous? Like, how dare you play Resident Evil with mouse and keyboard? Really? Nice. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. But, you know, I could be wrong. Oh, yikes. Oh, dude, that's cool. It's like a Tool album. No more power to you. Oh, okay. Honestly, it's also a cop-out because it's significantly easier to aim. I'll be making like a lot more headshots. Is this where I get scared? Is there a hole in the wall? I forget. Oh. Oh no. The basement. It's broken. I've been going the right way. Who is it? I couldn't play RE8 on mouse and keyboard. I think you could. You can play guitar, you can do anything. Of course, my hand's bleeding again. I never tried. I think you could. I mean, it's not better or anything like that. I wouldn't say. I'm doing it just for convenience. But I actually don't have Resident Evil 4 Remake on PC, so when I get to that one, I'm going to capture it from my PlayStation, and I'll be playing with controller. Now I'm going to suck. I was saying, so ever since I started streaming on my PC, I've been starting to becoming more of a PC gamer. To the point where playing shooters on controller, I was never good, but now I'm like, I feel rusty. Hell yeah.
Where the hell?
I suck too on a controller, lol. I think everybody does, they just don't want to admit it. Unless it's like a fighting game. Like mouse and keyboard have clear advantages as far as like aiming and shooters go. Horsey. Whoa, Black Betty. Hey, my lamb. Whoa, Black Betty. Oh, the eggs. Man, these look kind of fresh. Nice.
Maybe they're out.
My favorite jump scare in this one is the look out the window, and you look out the window, and then the Lycan shows up, and I'm like, ah. That horse had a bad time. Yeah, that horse got the bad ending. This way. I forgot I could run. It's the giant ones that freak me out. That's what she said. No. Oh wait, there's a door right there. Really? Hold on, wait. Did I really miss a door? Oh wait, no. Yeah. Ooh. The environment is so good. Yeah, this is a great looking game. They really nailed it with this one. It's so good. Oh, of course not. Ew, they put their trash in there. Chino. Yeah, it loops back around. Oh, okay, we're good. Can't wait for 9. It's gonna be so good. I can't wait either. I saw that the pursuer in that one, like you can kind of keep her away with bright lights, and then I think I heard that she could reach in and like turn lights off so she can get in the room. Fuck that. Wait, I'm stoked. Also, I'm glad because Outbreak's always been like canon, but it's nice of them to bring in an actual Outbreak character for this. The audio is really good in this too. Damn, there's nothing. There's nothing. Monkey. Outbreak was a lot of fun. Yeah, we're gonna play Outbreak 2 in the next couple weeks, next week or so. The only holdup is I have a friend who doesn't know how to set up the emulator, so I have to go over there and do it for him. But he's far, like a half-hour drive over there. I asked him today too. I was like, "Yo, if I send you a tutorial, do you think you can do it?" And he's like, "No." Yeah, we're gonna play Outbreak File 2. And this is my first time playing that one. I could do it. If we have to sub out, you're top of the line. Where is he? Splooge McCuck and Jay Conker's left, and then Cyber Lycan. Those are the 3 that are currently signed up. But if for whatever reason they can't, I got you. I'm gonna put your name in the goblet of fire. Lock due to missing homeowner. He's not home. Let's take a shit. Do you or have you played like Outbreak Online and stuff? Do you know about that? Finally, Ethan can use a fucking knife, right? Bro, fuck Jay. I'm just kidding. I love you, Jay. No. Fuck Jay. Yeah, Jay, I understand, but he's not gonna be watching much of these streams just because he hasn't played 8 just yet. But he does say that in October he's gonna try to marathon the main entries. So, yeah, everybody, you should give Jay Conkers a follow. I shouted him out a while ago.
No, friendly.
Jesus Christ, I don't know if I'm lucky or he just has shit aim.
Who sent you? Nobody. There was an accident down on the road and... What's going on?
Nice.
They're coming. Who is? What the hell was that?
I'm gonna come.
You have a gun? What?
Prepare to die. I'm probably gonna die.
Why would I?
This part always kind of gets me, because if I'm not mistaken, this is also timed, right? Like in the beginning of RE4 when they do the Lord Sadler when the bells start ringing. I think it's timed. Just survive. Yeah, and then the horsey one shows up.
Hey, are you listening? Hey! What the?
Uh-oh. Take it! Take the gun! Yeah, take it! Actually, I think the idiot kept the gun, right? Or did he drop it when he got taken up?
Dead body?
Yes, Ethan.
There's more.
Fuck! What is that? Is that a corpse?
Jesus Christ.
Hey, it's like freezing cold out there, though. They're probably like kind of not like refrigerated, but give me a little kiss. I will each one. I'll go. Mwah. I'll give them like a personalized little prayer, and then like next. Mwah. Dang. Man, they torture Ethan in this goddamn game.
What the fuck was that?
Oh fuck. Yeah, I know, right? No. Stay back. Sir, I'm warning you. Fuck. Oh. Fuck off. No. I'm standing my ground. All right, cool.
What the hell?
Fuck. All right, can I get that ammo? No. Fuck, I only have like 6 bullets. I'm gonna die. Oh shit. Bolt cutters? Oh, oop. No! Like I said, I'm used to clicking. RE2 and RE3 had me click to pick shit up. And I just got done playing those. Fuck, I just misfired and I lost a bullet. Yeah, you dingus. Do I have the knife? I got a knife. I can go. Key. Ah! Yeah. Let me see if there's more ammo. F. Don't click. Dude, I feel like my finger tense up like I'm gonna do. I'm gonna gonna do it. I want to do it. I want to click to pick things up. Come on, Ethan, you got this. Yeah, Ethan, you got this. Don't be a bitch. Kidding. All right. Ooh, that's right. They brought the attaché case back. Shift. Fuck. Oh, fuck. That's nice. How do I leave it though? Oh, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm this close to just switching into a fucking keyboard. This is so like cumbersome, kind of. Okay, shift, shift, shift. Okay, that works. That works. Okay, all right. I'm definitely gonna need to pick up some ammo though. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. Switch the controller. Maybe. At least that way I'll stop fucking blind firing. Not blind firing, misfiring. All right. Okay. I'm big. I'm strong. I'm a doer. I know bitch. That'll come in handy unless I lock myself in here with one of them. What? Oh. Stop it! Wait, is that here? Okay. Dumbass. Is that blood? That's chem fluid. Oh! That didn't scare me. Oh shit. Where are they? Where do I go? What do I do? I got the window? Ah! Wait. Ah! There's nowhere for me to go. I'm cornered. Ah! Ah! Oh god, no, don't die. I'll try not to.
Is it over?
Half the wall just explodes.
Hello. If there are any survivors out there, come to Louisa's house near the fields.
Survivors?
Come to what was it, fucking Laszlo's house. We're in Spain, but we all sound like we're from California. Perfect American English. No accents or nothing. You will be welcomed here. Check the backyard first. You're growling. Ethan is such a basic bitch. As a gay man, I love him for that. Nice. I hear him. Oh yeah, there's one right there. And they're on the roof too, I think. Yeah, I see him. Should I shoot now? Here's what I'm gonna do. Frag out! I have 8 bullets. That's not good. Oh my god. I'm actually nervous. I don't remember what to do. Alright. I think attack me or are they gonna... We're good? I never not shot at you before. Yeah. Go away. Shoo. Better run. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh fuck. Alright. Oh god. Ah jeez, Rick. What do you mean, damn it? Pick it up. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. I don't know. F. Yeah. Oh, I only have 2 bullets of that. It's fine, Morty. Just shoot the shit out of them, Morty. You just gotta shoot the shit out of them, Morty.
There's no end to them.
And this. No! Wait. Baka! Ibaka! Whoa. Ah! Ah, they got arrows! Come on. Fuck you, bitch!
Shit!
Oh, shit! Run where? Run where, Morty? Okay. Oh, this way, I guess? Right? Oh, shit. Can I go in here? No. I don't know where the fuck to go. Go down the river. This is dead end, kinda. Run! Oh shit. Okay. Death, this is a bad idea. Uh-oh. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted health. Oh, I just gotta click it. That's it. Fuck off. Oh shit, that's a huge bitch over there. Holy shit. Let me get past him. Do I run to a certain spot or do I just... Oh god. Jump! Bounce! Pogo. I don't know what that is. I'm fucked! Get away! Get away from me! Oh no. What do you mean? I have gunpowder. Oh, I don't have rusted. Oh shit, I see. I see. Oh yeah, I'm fucked. Move! I think I just died. Don't do the scream. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Okay, I think I did it. Yeah, I remember this one, the Planet of the Apes ones. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine? This one looks silly. I like his little afro hair. It's like Hagrid. If Hagrid was a werewolf. I did it. I'm surprised it's an arrow in his fucking hand. At least his wedding ring's still on. Well, maybe rinse it off in the running water? I don't know. Maybe not.
Wait, wait.
Wait. Not liking this. Nice. Yeah! Even though, where did he throw me? I'm pretty sure I left gunpowder on the floor somewhere. I believe they have some of my property. Ooh, shit. Oh yeah, I should definitely be like looting around a bit now. Now that I'm like panicking and like, where do I go? Oh dang, there's some gold in here. Holy shit. Ooh, I was gonna attack that with my my knife, which funny enough, I think it would actually make it go off. This is the house I was just in, right? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure there's no like extra rooms. This is the door that was locked from the other side? Yeah. But I need the doohickey. Which I don't have the doohickey. But I do think it was over here. I don't think I got the gunpowder that was on the floor. Was it over here? I think it was over here. Maybe not. I don't know. When they threw me, they teleported, so I actually lost my bearings. Not that I ever really had them, because I have the worst sense of direction of all time. You should see me trying to get around the city I live in without my GPS. It's sad. It's over here. Please, please, please still be there. No! No! That's fine. Oh, I know what you're doing. You're doing System of a Down. Bounce, poke up, poke up, poke up, poke up, poke up. Jump, poke up, poke up. I didn't realize that's what you're doing. I was like, is this like a JoJo's reference? Dang. Sorry, Yasmin. Can you forgive me? What up, lady?
In life and in death, we give glory.
Hello? You shouldn't be out here. It's not safe.
There's werewolves and shit.
Hell. Hey, can you hear me?
It's you, the child's father.
Child? Hey, wait. Do you mean Rose? Is she here?
Rose! Rose, yes. She is in great danger.
Oh, Marine.
Since Mother Miranda brought her to the village, we have fallen into darkness.
What are you talking about? The monsters?
The castle bell heralds danger. They're coming.
No. Wait. Where's
When they come.
Rose? Who's Mother Miranda?
The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again.
Dang, already?
Rose is here?
Alright. Now the game actually started. Last time I was here, I was playing fucking Resident Evil Reverse. I was so glad I got to get the platinum before they shut that shit down. Bounce, pogo, pogo, pogo. Oh, V's map? I was pressing M. Alright. This one's also got them little ghoulies, I think, right? In this area. Ceremony site. Castle Dimitrescu. Have the crank yet? Can't crank that soldier boy yet. Ooh, I will take that. Look, I can. I can make one, or I can make 15. Left, I need one of these for sure. How many do I have? Yeah, I'll just do the one. Oh, it's 2. It's right here, Joey. All right, cool. Joey, baby. How do I scroll? It won't let me. Back to middle mouse. Why did they just change everything? Even 7 didn't have scrolls like this. Reinvent the goddamn wheel every time. Lockpick. Oh shit. Go back for that lockpick. Where'd that though? There. That's blocked. I have to go all the way around. God damn it, castle. Maybe not. Quick ad break already? I feel like the ads are broken right now. I need to look and see what's happening. These are happening way too frequent. Can I go back? I can go back. Oh, she locked it. You bitch! There was nothing else in there other than the lock. That's locked. Oh. Mechanical door. Where I'm going. Alright, I'll find a way through. Yeah, what's over there? Check out this shit over here. Oh. We offer these goats of warding to protect the village and its people. Any who break them shall feel Mother Miranda's wrath. Fuck Mother Miranda. Gold. Solid gold.
Guess this leads to the castle.
This is still got that wrench. Should disaster fall upon the village, seek out the crest. One is hidden, one is in the care of the church, the other is at Louisa's house. I said Laszlo earlier. The goats? Is that one of the goatsies? Where is it? Oh. Right. That goat at? I hear it. What the fuck is it? Sounds so close. Is it like under? Right here? Outside? Here? Come on. It will bother me. It sounds like it's right here. Is it behind the... Playing like a flashlight. This is like a little bit brighter. Hear it, but I don't see it. Is this the right side this time? Okay, it is. Dude, last time I had the wrong ears in. And I was looking the wrong way. I heard an enemy approaching like from the side, and I was like, huh? But since it was backwards, I heard him coming from like, you know, my left, but it was really for the right. And that scared me. I'm going to leave. Is this what I heard? Oh, it's these fucking bones and shit. I think I heard this. Like a stroke or something. Alright. That's locked, but at least mark it on the map. Oh, I don't want to go in there yet. Yeah, stay out. Like I'm struggling to reload with like 3 little Ninja Turtle fingers left. Face me, you coward! Oh god. Just attack me. Just attack me. I'll survive it. There you are. Oh, that's my fault. I should just shot him. Conserving ammo goes wrong. Where's your friend? Where's your fucking friend? Oh shit, there's more. Alright. That it? That it? What's up, Scarecrow? Do you have anything on you? Oh, alright. check out these houses over here. Oh, I can. Forgot I can hop over these. Right. Oh shit, I thought I saw. Thought I saw a fucking lycanthrope. Mine. Mm-hmm. That's where I came from. Doing great. What am I even worried about? What about the people he murdered? What, Maida? The best guy around.
Close the door, please.
Oh, hey.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Another.
Please, don't hurt us.
Whoa. It's okay.
Whoa.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just glad to see normal people at last. Have you seen any other survivors?
No. They're all in Louisa's house. And she's not answering and the gate is locked.
Quiet girl. He's an outsider.
Oh. Shit, we're sitting ducks in here. Can your old man walk?
No. One of the monsters cut him. He's lost a lot of blood. We have to get into Louisa's house.
Why do you sound American?
Must be a way inside. Stay here. Be quiet. And don't move until I get those gates open.
Fucking Mia, when she was talking about her food, had more of an accent than these locals. Are we all displaced Americans? Are we all in witness protection? Do it! Oh, wait, do I have the crank? No, I got a mine. Here's my boomstick! No, not yet. Take another hit. I don't want to waste it. Ooh, can I hop over? Oh, I think I can. Don't mind if I do. Hey, yo, I gotta take a shit. I'm not gonna lie, I actually thought there'd be like a fucking lichen in here. Dang, can you imagine having to go outside and no plumbing? You just drop it down there. No water, no nothing. Lycan's in here. Hey, tell that lichen I say what up. Tell him why he ain't here. Why ain't he here, huh? Just kidding. What's he up to? Tell him I miss him. Chained. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Let me in! Let me in! I go around the corner? I hop another wall? No. God damn it. How do I get over there? I gotta open all this. Can I unlock this for them? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The doy, son!
Come on, it's clear.
Hurry! Hurry!
Hang on, I'm gonna grab another beer real quick.
Took your damn time. Oh, you're welcome.
He's not used to relying on other people. I'm sorry. We'll be safe in here, won't we?
Safer here than out there, that's for sure.
Splooge McCuck.
Hey, do you know anything about what's going on around here?
It doesn't make any sense.
What are you guys playing tonight?
Miranda has
GTFO?
always protected us.
Nobody's answer.
Rocket League?
Father? We have to get inside.
Oh. Where the keys at?
Hold on a bit longer, Papa.
Papa.
Hello? Anybody home?
Maybe a familiar voice. Louisa! Open up! It's me, Elena!
Oh.
Stop shouting. You'll draw the monsters.
Julian, calm down.
Who's this?
A friend!
Stay back.
Father! For God's sake, Julian, let us in.
No, they'll smell the blood. You'll endanger us all.
My father will die out here.
That's not my problem.
What's going on?
Oh, he said, I don't give a fuck.
People want to let a dying man into our home.
Come now, these people are our friends. Go on, go inside. Come now, this way. You're not from this village.
How do you know? We all sound the same.
No. I'm Ethan.
Julian, go make yourself useful and check the grounds. I said go!
Now!
Well, if Elena trusts you, then so do I. Come inside, Ethan. Wait here. I'll check on the others.
I'll tab out real quick. Check on something. I'm not live anymore. Damn it. What is this? We got rated out. Alright, just closing some windows. Sorry. And we're back. Okay. Yeah, they all write in English. They all speak English. I don't buy it. It's not even speaking English. It's speaking English better than me. Louise, they broke in again. Got more of the livestock. I don't think we'll make it through the winter at this rate. Ernest is still missing too. We can't find him anywhere. Has Mother Miranda abandoned us? Probably. Oh. Yes. Hold on.
This way.
Hold on. Don't. Hold on. I'm looking through your shit. Right there. There's a little preview. There's the factory. Okay. Nice.
Come inside. The others are waiting.
Fuck is this?
I also
Outsiders, you're gonna get us all killed.
I don't like this guy's voice when he starts changing. He sounds like he's like pitched it down, and you can like hear the auto tune or whatever. It's like I love Thor Ragnarok, but Hulk's voice, it sounds like so modulated. You know, it's weird. This does the same thing.
There is no one
You'll
left.
hear it in a minute.
A worthless invalid, a stupid, wailing bitch, and you drag a bloody man and an outsider in here like it's nothing, and expect to be all safe? There is no safe. Every sorry bastard out there has been ripped in half. But tomorrow?
It's funny, that bottle doesn't even look like beer. It looks like soy sauce. I like to imagine he's just drinking straight soy sauce.
Put a sock in it, Roxana.
That's enough. This house has protected my family for generations. And drunk or not, you are all welcome and safe in here.
Welcome? Yeah, safe. I don't know.
Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
We don't know. One day we were a quiet, devout village, and the next, the monsters came and attacked us. And they kept coming.
Wait, Louisa. Where is your husband? Did they?
No. No, he is out there. Somewhere. He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help.
Let us pray. For him. For all of us.
Good idea.
Good idea. Let us pray.
Great ones, hear our voice. Together as one in reverence, we call on thee.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Endless dark.
It's happening.
Deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await the light at the end. In life and in death, we give you glory, Mother Miranda. Now, the tea should be ready. Come help
Ooh,
me.
I want some tea.
Please.
That prayer.
Cheese,
I've heard it before.
Grummet.
There was an old woman near the graveyard.
You mean the hag? Bitch is crazy as a bag of rats.
There is wisdom in her devotion, though.
Be nice.
And I hope it protected her as it shall protect us.
Is it him? It is him. Yeah, you'll hear it.
What are you doing?
Listen to the voice.
Leonardo, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Leonardo. Where's Donatello?
Father!
Elena, no, stay back!
It's like Spider-Man.
No, let me go!
He's not doing it right now.
He'll kill us both! We have to go!
Alright, gotta go. Oh. Fuck off me. Get the fuck off me!
Let him go!
Elena?
I said no!
Got him.
Oh my god.
Don't drop the gun,
Sorry,
dude.
Father.
You might need that.
Hey, that wasn't your father anymore. You did the right thing. Elena, no! There's nothing you can do!
Papa!
This entire place is collapsing! You couldn't save him. He was already gone.
Leave me alone.
No, we're getting out of here. Together. I gotta get out of here.
You okay, bitch? Gotta go through your shit first. Oh. If you need a shoulder to cry on, I'm right here, okay? Hey. Anything you need, okay? Come on. You'll be okay. Safe around me, babe. Safe around me. Is there actually even anything worth taking? Oh, there is. There's some. It's red in here. Wonder. What are you hiding? Oh. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Oh, the fuck? No, it's not. Oh, another room. Okay. Shit. Rock key. Okay, cool. Lockpick. Is that what that is? There it is. Oh, screwdriver. Take the screwdriver out of the key ring if you need. Okay, it's good to know.
Damn, the fire's moving fast.
Yeah, it'd be like that. What's this screwdriver for? Simple locks?
What are you thinking?
Step back.
The fuck do you
bust out with this?
Let's go! Oh, shit, man, this truck's got some giddy up to it.
Ethan, are you all right?
I'm fine. Let me back up again.
The fire. There isn't any time.
Nowhere to go but up.
Oh, okay, that's right. This part's funny.
Grab on. Hurry.
What does he say? Why does everybody keep dying on me?
Let's move.
Oh,
Don't worry,
bitch.
and try not to breathe in the smoke.
I know. Thank you, Ethan. You're kind.
Merman.
I hope your family is safe.
I do too. Come on, it'll hold. There, that's our way out.
Thank God. But what then? The village is still full of monsters.
She looks like
them. There's
an
too
old
many.
coworker that I had when I was in student housing. Oh, not student housing. When I was a student. I was a student worker in the financial aid office at my school.
No. That place is full
And the
of nothing
receptionist
but
there
blood
looks like
and
her.
death. And I don't want to be alone while you're...
Her name was Shauna.
Elena, no. That's not him. Not anymore.
Don't be dumb.
He said my name. Father!
Wait, it's not safe. Stay there.
All right.
Come on. Give me your hand.
Ethan, go! Save your daughter!
Dum dum.
Elena, don't give up. Reach for me. Why is everyone dying on me?
That's the line. That's a good question. Because writing?
This is just too much.
You got plot armor?
I just don't get it.
Oh, what's the line in Evil Within 2?
This place
It was like, you didn't tell me this place is fucked up. It's like Beacon Hospital all over again.
Why the fuck is this happening again? Shit.
Ethan having emotions. Adorable. We go back in. Did I leave the stove on? Alright, are we done here? My weapons? My ammos. Screwdriver? This is poorly locked. It's super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh shit. What up, Jay?
Stop! Mother Miranda!
Hey!
Oh shit. Wait, did it not do it?
Who was... What was that?
Why is it not making noise? Flame. No, I didn't hear it. What is this? Sound alerts is on. Twitch Guru's on. What the fuck? Sorry, dude. I don't know what the issue is. Sound alerts muted? No. Shit is always broke. Yeah, I know, right? I'll probably remove it from the. No, it was working. I don't know what the problem is. Sorry, fam. That's not always broke. You're always breaking it. Yeah, that is kind of crazy right now. How's work? How's work, boo boo? Dang. I am being a dick when I ask that question. I know it. I'm aware of it.
Death. Yes. Death has visited them all.
I really hope I don't like inadvertently spoil it for you. That would suck. No, not this door. It's mural over here, right? Over here. Yep. Yup. Oh shit. Oh, wait. I don't have a lockpick yet. But I did see that there was a lockpick somewhere on the map. How do I get back over there?
Blood and death. Huh?
I'm not going there yet. I need it. Yeah, there's a lockpick in there. Okay. How did I miss that lockpick? And there's a treasure right there. I didn't see that last time. This one? Where's this legendary lockpick? Oh my god, is it saying lockpick? See, I thought it was saying, oh, god damn it. Pick, lockpick. See, I thought it was saying there's a lockpick there for me. Mechanical door. Oh, but I need the crank. That's right. I know that. I know that one. This is like my 5th ad break in an hour and a half. What is going on? Or I gotta ask like Ethan, what the hell's going on? Die, bird. Can I go in the water? What's that all about? All right, just checking. You know, video games nowadays, you see yellow. I assume it's guiding me somewhere. Yeah, Jay, if you're still here, I really do have to look into the that text-to-speech thing. I don't know why that's not working. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. I'll figure it out. Walk to the other side. God damn it. God damn it, Bobby. Oh, here we go.
Well, well. Didn't think anyone was left.
It's Magneto.
You must be pretty tough. Huh.
I'm sorry it's not working, but I am still here. Wait, what's not working?
Oh.
The
You're not local.
text-to-speech.
Even better.
You're fine. Or did something happen? Oh, what a dick. What are you apologizing for?
Mother Miranda's gonna love.
Also, welcome back. I'll let it slide this time.
When you're whining, we're almost
This is strike one, right?
The man is of no real use to anyone.
Welcome back, Paul. What are you up to?
My daughters do so love entertaining foreigners. Furthermore, I can assure you, if you entrust
That's
more
spooky.
house to my task, my daughters and I shall deliver to you the finest.
These fuckers look like they belong in completely different games.
You mean?
He's away!
You mean? Spencer, shut the fuck up!
What? Where?
You mean you'll screw around with him in private, and where's the fun in that? Give him to me, and I'll put on a show that everybody can enjoy.
Ugh, so gauche. What do we care for bread and circuses?
So we got
A man thinks suffering
Nicolas
is...
Cage,
Yes,
Magneto,
the man's dick is cut off in the castle.
Catfish
blah,
guy, creepy doll,
I've heard all your arguments. Some of you were less
my
persuasive than
dummy
others,
mommy
but
uppies.
I've made my
Playing
decision.
Proteus with Dry. That's multiplayer.
Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must protest.
Like co-op.
Heisenberg is but a child, and his devotion to you is
Mommy
questionable.
uppies.
Give
Uppies.
the mortal to me.
Ah.
I will ensure he...
I'm hungry.
Shut your damn hole!
Mommy, I'm hungry.
And don't be a sore loser. You'll find your food.
Yeah, co-op
somewhere
campaign.
else.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Now,
Nice.
child, adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's
You
decision.
wouldn't know responsibility if it was welded
Oh,
to
keep
that
glory. One day your head will actually fit your ego.
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
Silence! My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
I'm sure.
Thank you. Huh. Lycans and gentlemen,
That was stupid.
we thank you for waiting. And now let the
He
games
looks
begin.
like Peter Stormare, kind of though. Looks like Peter Stormare. Sounds like Nicolas Cage. And he's
That's right.
Magneto.
No worries. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
4, 3,
Go, bro.
2, 1. Time! Jesus Christ!
Holy fuck!
Right. Run for your life.
Ooh. F!
Very nice, Ethan.
That's a hood. It's the Haggard one. See, that would have killed anybody.
You're still alive? Impressive.
Intriguing. Oh shit. Oh no, I'm gonna be an Ethan sandwich. Where'd I go? Oh, it's over here. Crouch, dude! Crouch, motherfucker! Okay.
My word. You truly are as strong as they say. Oh, you never think I'd let you get away.
Do it. Okay. Ah!
Father Moreau entertaining.
Do it. Ah! Oh! I didn't even get hit by it. I tried to pick up the lace. Oh no! Alright. You are dead. Fuck you, rub it in. I saw free boxes. I wanted the stuff, you know, it's worth a death. Oh fuck, I'm all the way back here.
Jesus Christ!
That's right. Run for your life. Very nice, Ethan.
You truly are as strong as they say. Oh, you didn't think I'd let you get
Okay, I got this. Green Lantern got this.
Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained. So now it's time.
And then I think I just hang out right here.
Blood-soaked
Wait, no, what do I do?
Nothing like fresh
Hold on, wait, for real. What do I do there? I don't remember. Is there like a little nook that I can hide at?
Jesus Christ!
Because I actually thought it does one of those stupid things where it kind of ends right before it and he like breaks the chain right there. I probably remembering that wrong.
Run for your life.
And the game's gonna be like, yo dog, gonna put this on assisted baby mode, and I'm gonna be like, fuck you, no!
Shit! My word. You truly are as strong as they say. Oh, you didn't think I'd let you get away. Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained.
Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? What do I do?
For the beautiful.
Is it right here?
Blood-soaked grand finale.
No. Hold on. Hold on. What am I doing wrong? Let me think this through. American ground beef. Stop lying. You guys all sound American. Except maybe him. He's the only one and Lady D that don't sound like they're from fucking America.
Jesus Christ! That's right. Run for your life.
Do I have to hold? Do I have to block? What do I do there? I don't remember.
Very nice, Ethan.
Thanks for making sure my wet dreams. Hey, what up, Elbow Koshki? What it do? Howdy. Are you a big Resident Evil fan? And yeah, same, Paul. Same. Here's the thing. I don't remember where I gotta go here. Is it left side, right side? I don't fucking remember. I'm not gonna be chased, am I? Okay, so because I can't run for it.
Oh,
Elba, help me.
Think I've let you get away.
I don't know what to do here.
Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained.
Oh, it's right here. Ah, I'm silly. I'm a silly goose.
For the beautiful.
Found it.
Blood-soaked grand finale. Nothing like fresh American ground beef.
Elbella. That's what it is. I said Elba. Like Idris.
Too close.
Elbella.
Wait, do those freaks have Rose?
Yeah, I said fuck it last time. Voice. I got my fucking gun. Both of them. Anything else? But yeah, hello. Hope everybody's having a good night. Mine's been pretty chill, which I like. And I think this is where I fight them ghoulies. Little ghoulies. Is this it? No, it's not the hand part. Not yet, at least. If you know, you know. Oh, I thought I was like in the castle now. That's a corpse. Wait, where the crow's at? I scared it off. Irony.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero
You're famous,
searching
Ethan.
for his daughter. Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
Yeah, and so do you.
I am but a
And not the
humble
belly
merchant.
hanging out.
Here?
And the cankles.
Forgive my manners. Call me the Duke. Now to business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide. If it's just looking, I have something special today.
Customize a part for the handgun. Equip for a dangly charm. Bonus from trauma pack. You got the trauma pack? Did it come with it? Yes, take it. Very nice. Ooh, Samurai Edge, Albert Wesker Model 01. Powerful customized handgun which uses anti-bio weapon technology, left by Albert Wesker. 200? Man, that's a steal. Bonus from the trauma pack. Must be with the gold edition that I got. Can I compare this to my existing handgun? High capacity mag. Is this worth it? I didn't have this in my last playthrough. Level 1 power. In stock. Oh, he has 15 in stock and I have 27 in my inventory. I'll take some shotgun ammo probably. Wormhole has been caught. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I also got item slots in inventory. Rifle ammo. Learn how to make mines. That'd be nice too. Air trigger. A shotgun greatly increases rate of fire. My accuracy is too damn low to be focusing at rate of fire just now. Even with the mouse, I'm like, bruh. Alright. Wait, did I not get it? Oh. Yes. Man, you can tell, even the menus are just built with fucking controllers in mind. Alright, we're gonna try that gun anyway.
Have a wonderful adventure.
Alright, we're gonna see how you work for now. You have an item box? Does this game have the item box? I don't remember. I'm gonna try this gun out. Actually, what's gonna happen is we're gonna empty this gun, and then I'll switch. Oh, but this one's got the nice little charm on it. When Lady D shows up, my queen.
Could Rose be here?
She could be. Is she though? That's the real question. Smash and grab, y'all! January 5th. Redneck delivery of 1 male, 3 females. Female. January 28th. Mother Miranda meeting with Mistress Dimitrescu. February 1st. The Duke. Business discussions. 3 daughters. Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela. Dibs, dibs, and dibs. Ha! Mine. Another, oh, I thought that was another thing for me to break. Is there an item box? Happens. You looked at me funny. already have buyer's remorse for this gun. Oh, but I gotta use this one instead for now. Damn it. Oh, those are my footprints. Oh. To say. Mask the angel's blinded gaze. Oh.
Looking for Rose?
Ladies. Oh God, yes. Thank you, mistress.
Blood.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I have another? I mean, I'm into it.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
Mommy.
You are so kind to me, daughters.
Mommy uppies.
Now, let's
Mama.
take a look at him. Well, Ethan Winters.
In the
You
flesh.
escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see how special you are.
Damn.
Yes, Mother.
Yes, Mother.
Wait, don't go. Damn. She does like the kombucha girl reaction. The
Let's devour his
no,
man-flesh quickly,
no.
Mother.
I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda. But later, well, there will be enough for everyone.
There's enough Ethan to go around.
Hey, wait.
Oh shit! Higher! 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 You
Wait, what are you doing?
you guys from here or? What you guys into? What do you do? Come back! Come back! I start swinging. Oh, F. Fuck! That's just so fucked up. Honestly, I'm not even sure you can fully I was gonna say that. I'm not sure you can fully support your weight that way. I'm pretty sure it would just rip through. Here's the healing.
Crazy witches.
Yep, there it is. Chug that shit. All right, buddy. In glass. Clearly, this is like a lever of some sort, right? The fucking lockpick! Doesn't seem safe. Well, I mean, I guess nothing really seems safe here. Maidens of the Harvest. Right on. What I should do is pick that up. Change my equipment back. Because like I said, I keep switching. I want to at least empty this handgun before I did it. I shotgunned a beer for the first time, Joe, and successfully did it. Nice. Did you do like the and then the and then the right on, brother. Here, cheers. Woo! That's how I read that. Maroon ring eye. Oh, the little BB. I think this is the only area with the pursuer, technically. I mean, there's also that baby bullshit you have to deal with later, but we don't talk about that yet, because that's actually the scariest part of the fucking game. Oh, I forgot to sell shit. Break all this nice lady's furniture. I shotgun a non-alcoholic hop water. Am I cool too? You are to me. You are to me. I should like that hop water. I should get back on that. I drink too much. Other side. Boom. Back. It says there's stuff in here for me to pick up still. I don't fucking see it. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. I always come back.
Where have they taken?
You know, Bride of Chucky, I have a very soft spot for it. But that movie had some cold ass lines. Like he stabs Tiffany and he's like, "Get off my knife," and just pushes her. I was like, literal bars. B90! What's good, man? I was lurking your stream earlier. I was watching some of the dark thing. I keep forgetting what it's called. Grim dark? Sounds right. I just couldn't chit chat much. Not lots in you. About the same. I had a pretty chill day. No real complaints yet. I'll find one. Oh, my boy!
Meet again.
Grim Dawn. Dawn! I keep saying dark.
Why are you here?
Where there's coin to be made. And have you found your daughter?
No.
You're back. Gotta go write in my diary. Angel said that was cool. Very nice.
In her private chambers, would she not?
Domitresk?
The very same.
Put me in your diary too.
Why don't you take a look? Maybe you'll get lucky. And speaking of looking, care to make a purchase?
Let me sell some shit.
Oh, yes.
I'm too excited. Bruh.
Do you
Duke's
have
purse.
enough firepower? I can now offer an expanded weapon modification service.
Yeah. Well, treasures. You doing this right? See, I don't remember if I can combine the treasures in here like you can in 4. I don't know if you... I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Gratefully or lay.
Fair exchange.
I saw some other bullshit. Oh, actually, dude, I think if I do sell this, it either like prorates me or it does give me some money back, but I can compare at least. Rate of fire, reload speed, ammo capacity. This thing's barely better. I was thinking it's better at all. This thing sucks. Look at that. I can't even... Oh, wait, can I upgrade it? Or is that just to sell it? I'm tripping. No, I can't. What the fuck?
What are you buying? Just
Hey, he
something
said the thing.
used to say.
Memory edge. Okay. Well, I can't upgrade it. Has worse rate of fire. Decent. This thing's worse than the base gun. Why is this even in here? A powerful customized handgun which uses anti-bioweapon technology left by Albert Wesker. I don't get it. Why is this here? I'm gonna sell it. I'll cut my losses and I'll sell it. I think I got it for 200, so I only lost 15 Lee, or lay, what do you want to call it? I'm gonna call it money, like in Kingdom Hearts. I'm gonna start upgrading some shit. Yeah! Can I? Oh, okay. Honestly, a little bit of firepower here is probably gonna be helpful. I don't think I need supplies. I got 27, 8 shotgun. I could get some more shotgun ammo just to even things out a little bit. I do it. Oh my god. Sorry. I hope you guys know how weird it feels. My instinct wants to use the mouse because I'm using that, but it's still like, direction, and then I have to hit enter and then left and right on the, so it's A and D to increase the capacity of stuff. Like it feels weird.
I'm skilled.
But that's on me.
Good day. Hey then.
Bye. What is this? Items. Well, I just want to examine it. There we go. Does it go here? I think it might go here. Nope. Fuck me then. A and D's nuts feel weird. Yeah. Norsten's Labyrinths. A craftsman of the late 19th century, Norstein was branded a heretic in his homeland. He wandered the lands until he settled in a remote village. Norstein then created 4 labyrinths. The castle, oh my god, I'm sorry. The beer is fucking... The castle, the house on the hill, and the water wheel, and the iron tower. Upon their completion, he put a gun to his temple and took his own life. Damn. I gotta say, I didn't see that coming. Each labyrinth is unique and requires its own specially crafted metal ball to operate. Each one contains crystallized human remains, which are said to be Norstein's 4 beloved wives. Labyrinths are their graves. I loved her so much, I just had to keep her petrified pinky in this little puzzle box. It's her grave. It's to honor her. Fucking weirdo. Alright, let me the fuck out of here. Where am I going? Wait. All the 4. That's the way out. All carriage gate. Let's drag. All right, you finally having that heart attack, buddy? What are you doing? Oh, I could go upstairs. But spooky bitch is coming. He's coming to kill me. All right. Got a whole lot of ace. Oh yeah, one thing I remember is that like being chased in this game is kind of not like, it's like a non-issue. Like it's kind of annoying. Like I get it. I do like the mechanic of Mr. X in 2. You know, he's fine. Nemesis was just a bit too aggressive, and he's really only set piece, so it's kind of like not really like ongoing. You know what I mean? But it was easier after those encounters, right? And then this one, you can just run from the bitch. That's fine. Like she will never get you unless you're trying to get caught. Which, let's be honest, I might pretend to trip. And I'll go, "Mommy, no!" And she picks me up, and I'm like, And then I say my usual mommy uppies, and then I suckle her. Sorry. What's wrong with me? What is that way? Wait, is that one locked? That's locked. Everything's locked. Open the fucking door! Oh. Oh, okay, okay. And then this one's locked from the other side too, right? Which means I gotta go up and over. Get a mommy kink, it's okay. You know what's funny? I actually don't. I look at those things and boy, I tell you, I'm hungry. Yeah, this is where she starts showing up. We keep breaking her shit. Have you played this one before, Angel? I forget. Which one of these have you played? Finished. Which Resident Evil games have you finished? I know you did 5, probably 4. Any of the remakes? Any 7 and 8s? Remake of 4? No, not RE8. Okay. Did you play through 7? I hate the first person shooter BS. First of all, these are technically first person shooters. I would say they're still faithful. It's just a change of perspective. This one does come with a free upgrade to PS third person, by the way. You can play this game in third person. I just don't do that because it's sacrilege. Do I run for it? Oh god.
I haven't cut open a man in a while.
Oh shit.
Let me string. What?
Yeah, sure.
Slice your jugular and just watch.
Okay.
Taken alive, dead, which would you prefer?
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I can't hold back any longer.
Wait. I fucking hate Ethan because of the first person shit? Wait. I don't get it. You don't gotta hate him for it. She coming in here? Oh shit, I can go down here. I think there's other reasons to hate Ethan. I love the guy because he's a dork. The shit he says is hilarious. I don't even think he knows how fucking funny he is. But you know what's funny? Even in third person, they go out of their way to obscure his face. I've seen what he looks like because I think you see his ID or something like that. Like I've seen his face before, but in game it's always hidden. June 9th, 1958. It was my first day working at the castle today. I was most shocked to see the other staff were all women. He's like, oh boy, I'm gonna get sent to HR. The mistress and her daughters were very adamant that they wouldn't bite. I'd let them. It was quite peculiar. June 23rd, 1958. It's been 2 weeks since I started working at the castle, and I'm a little afraid. Mother maid Adela made a mistake and Miss Daniela slashed her face with a knife. You know, I mean, if you're not like at least a little afraid of them, you know, that adds a certain element to it. And at night, I can hear wailing as if ghosts roam the halls. I want to go home. June 8th, July 8th. I don't know what to do. The young ladies were complaining it was too hot and stuffy during dinner, so I opened the window just a crack. Shut it now! They all shrieked at me in unison. I fear I may be taken down to the cellar and never to be seen again. I don't know what to do. Angel, don't hate Ethan. Ethan's good. Ethan's good for the soul. Oh shit. I was looking at my viewer count. Get back here! Mommy! Feed me! Man, these bitches eating rats? Oh, those are birds. That's balut. I wanna eat some balut. Fertilized ducky eggs. I would eat it. This is where the ghoulies start showing up. Oh, I can just press F to break it. I don't have to actually take my knife out. Well, now I know. Could I... So, yeah. Or do I have to shoot it? Trust in light. Okay. Not trust in shit. Ooh, this is a pretty metal wall, dude. Flashlight on, Ethan. Okay. Ew. Imagine keeping like your shit in a box just like next to you as a prisoner. Covered in dry blood. My God. Help me, brother. Scar. Help me, brother. I thought so. It's only the yellow with the yellow tape on it, you know? Ew, that's green bread. That's like the worst color for bread to be. Candidates: Irina, Mikhaila, Lowish, Ingrid. I like Ingrid. That's a good name. Ingrid's a good name. Rejects: Pandora, Greta, Nadine, Camelia, Bianca, Belina, Astrid. Astrid's good too. Astrid and Ingrid. All the ids. All the rids. Ludmila, Rosalina, Lena, Stefana, and Gabriella. Her sister's name. We just call her Gabby. I hate any game pro tag with less than 10 fingers. Oh yeah, you're shit out of luck here. Do you hate Raz from Psychonauts? And the Ninja Turtles? Oh god, not the Ninja Turtles. Irina, robust, appetite, Michaela. Robust appetite, Lowish. Robust appetite, Ingrid. Unstable, only alert at times. Overly alert at times. That's like my cat when I first got her. That bitch was like on constant, like... I felt bad. Oh. I hear zombies. Where they at? Oh. Hear you. You over here? Yep. Oh shit. Wait, that's not kind of close. Am I tripping? Oh, I am. Oh shit. Alright. How's Proteus going? I haven't played it, but that game looked dope. There more? Make sure I don't get cornered. That's how they get you. Stay down, please. Hot bomb. Alright. I think there's more around the corner here. I so scared. I know Malibu's Most Wanted is not a good movie, but it does make me happy. And the two actors in there are the best characters. Fucking Taye Diggs and Anthony Anderson. I think they own that movie. Put the money in the bag before I dust your ass. Put a biatch in there and I think you got it. Biatch! Biatch! I need to watch Most Wanted so bad. I might own it. I need to double check. It might be like one of those like random fucking DVDs I have somewhere. Die! Bitch! Oh shit. Ingrid. Guys, I found Ingrid! Alright, let me craft some... Craft to do one more. Yeah, I fucking love that movie. I've been saying that for the last few weeks. Have you really? Going slow. We're in ultra hard because I don't want to lose my gamer card. That's fine. I lost my gamer card years ago. And look at me now. But I feel it. And yeah, every time I think of Malibu's Most Wanted, they're actually the first two characters I think of. The actors. He's like, Clarence, we're paid actors. Whatever the fuck his name was. I don't think it was Clarence. Ah! Oh, shit! Fucking He-Man over here. Oh, actually, fun fact. Here's all... Ladies! Stop moving your fucking head like that. Made it back. Sup, Shattered? What up, Asmic? Where did you go? I was so scared and you weren't there. Also, I was too late, but I think you were already gone by the time I realized you were coding fucking System of a Down. I feel like an idiot because I was too busy panicked to process anything other than a flight or fight response because I was being chased by other wolves. But welcome back. Nope, not yet.
I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
Wait. Wait. Don't. Or do. Wait, am I going backwards? Oh, no, I'm not.
You're tonight's main dish.
Oh, well, if you put it that way.
I came here to drink milk.
Hey, what up, Lemon?
Going, little one.
And I've just finished my
Lemon, I'm unlocking another fetish.
Bullets cannot harm. You stupid man thing! I feel
Stupid,
no pain.
bitch thing.
I won't forgive you, you bastard!
Baby, don't be like that. Baby, come on. Come on, we can work this out.
How dare you bare your teeth at us! Ugh, not like this.
Kill her. I don't want to. I think I love her.
I'll slice your throat and stuff it with worms.
Promise? Ah! Okay, all right, lady, come on.
I'm sick of fighting you.
We just started. This is our first fight, babe. Kill her. Okay, I'm over here then. One of us. One of us. Yeah. Baby, no. Want that one. Dude, I love listening to an entire System of a Down album. Which one? Saying all the most horrible shit, and I'm like, tell me more. What do you want to do to me? Steal this album? Tight. Nice. Sangulus Virginis. Sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Another woman was sent into the cellar. She had only spilled some soup. Everyone knows what happens when you get sent to the cellar. You're never seen again. They drain your blood. Your soul is cursed to wander the halls. When looking for her, when I found her, she was just skin and bones and gnawing on a rat carcass. I suspect it'll be my turn next. I should quit. This place sucks. Aww. These like just little puppies. Eat puppies? One of the weaker albums, but good. Lemon, how many times did you play this game? Alright, what is this? Increased firepower? Shit, Negro, that's all you had to say. What's the power right now? Can I, examine? Plus 30. Damn, that's actually not a small amount. In the game of fuck, marry, or kill, I know where Shatter stands on the last enemy. Oh, are you talking about in the game? Like the last enemy of the game? Give me the 3. I'll give you the answer. Answers. I like that game. And I think there's enough lock picks for like every lock in the game, right? Only played once? Really? I thought you played like at least twice. Tripping then. Lost enemy you oh, well, no, he means the chick you just killed. Oh. Well, I mean, if... I could change her. Mary. I thought you meant like, the last enemy of the game. Because that one I can also see some freaks out there being like, fuck. Labyrinth puzzle? Well, I don't got a thingy for that. Do I? Oh, how many of those masks do I have? Oh, I don't have any. Hold on. Let me head over there. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I need a mask or something, but I'm pretty sure this goes upstairs. He said I could change her, lol. But we have a special, okay? I can fix her. M fluid. The winemaking techniques of Castle Dimitrescu can be traced back as far back as the 15th century, long before the current occupants of the castle. Alcina Dimitrescu uses this legendary yet peculiar technique to enrich the wine's flavor intensity. I could read. And bestow it with a thick bouquet. Her best vintage is Sanguis Virginie, meaning maiden's blood. Ew. Is kept in a special ornate bottle decorated with intricate silver flowers. Oh, I have some. Where do I put it though? Right here? Oh shit. Elbella! I keep wanting to say Elba. What's good? Welcome back. What's happening? It's like a saw trap. I just get shot in the face or something. Fine. Lockpick, lockpick, lockpick. Oh, the key. Alright. Why isn't Lady D chasing me? She doesn't like me anymore. There is some shit out here though. Oh, it's a chandelier. Why is the chandelier moving? Wait, where's the merchant? Downstairs, isn't he? Dimitrescu's key? No, I got the courtyard key. Not this one yet. Right, is this the door I... Yeah. Wait. It says courtyard key. It's not the right one. It ain't gonna work. But I'm desperate for more pickups. Alright. Just being thorough, guys. El Bella, have you played this game before? I forget if you answered. If you did, I'm sorry. Also, Lemon, what are you up to tonight? What are you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna go save in the merchant's room and then I'll figure this shit out.
Welcome, welcome. You're sure to find something new. Seeking something in particular?
Just finished a major boss in Borderlands. Nice. Nice. Ingrid's necklace. Oh, fuck that. I just want treasures.
Your coin. Pay me no mind.
Never do. I don't have a sniper rifle yet. I would like to make some shotgun ammo if I can. Extra baggage is nice. See that.
God created man's
I'll thank myself later.
but to
Air
think you want to
trigger.
pile on even more.
Greatly increased rate of fire. High capacity mag. Ooh. Ooh. Let me add them. And can I upgrade anything? No, because I'm broke. I'm broke! Fuck!
Please come again.
Oh, god damn it, I did it again. Alright, now what the fuck do I do? Find Dimitrescu's chamber. Oh, the courtyard. Joe, this way.
Shall I give you the tour?
No! Wait, Mitch! Wait, chill. Stop it. Hey, 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 whoa. Oh, shit. Okay, wait. I killed your sister. Does it mean you mind?
Yes.
Yeah, she's really excited. Wait, this is where the courtyard is. Yeah, it is. And if I remember correctly, there's like some dingle-dangling like treasures or something here. Like, there's like cages or something I can shoot and they drop down. Been so long. And I think I fight lichens out here. Tripping. Your shoes must be untied because you be tripping. Oh shit. Oh, she got a fucking dumpy. Dee. Coming for you. Brace yourself, Dimitrescu. I killed her. Sorry. In my defense, she's being a real bitch. Good. Got here. Lady Double D. Lady, come get this D. Oh dang, dude! Look, they got a chair with a pooper in it. What that's for? Ew. In there. Nom 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 nom. Do I leave bloody footprints? That'd be kind of cool. No. Ah. What's the point of this room? Hall of Absolution. Oh, examine. Oh shit. Oh, I remember this bullshit. Hang on, let me read it. I'm gonna say some shit like, women are blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances to give the Lord their bounty sown, so that soon the wine may flow. Women blind to men's advances. That means she looks away while they look at him or her. And then, but the poor shall take their chances to give their Lord their bounty sown. So they're gonna look at him. Where's the beggars at? Oh, I guess they're technically the poor. All right. How do you fit into this? Are you poor? You're holding wine. I think they'll actually look at it this way. Maybe you look this way? I do middle? Oh, okay. I think I did this wrong. All right, hold on. Women are blind to male advances. So, oh, okay. So none of the women are looking at the men. Are these guys poor? They look poor. They're trying to, okay, hold on. To give their Lord their bounty sown, so that soon. All right, I'm gonna guess. Do these guys look at the lady? Lady! Where does she look? She doesn't look at them. She doesn't give a shit. Hold on. We're blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances. Give their Lord their bounty sown. Maybe they... Cool if I can like swap places with these dudes too. Joey. Fuck you, Lemon. Get out of here. Don't judge me. Oh, women are blind to male advances, so they're not even looking. The poor shall take their chances to give their Lord the bounty sown. Are you poor? Because there's a man advances, but she's not looking at it, and then... What about that? Why don't you help? Huh? What is that? Ah! I don't know. I hear Charlie Brown when he tries to kick the ball, and that bitch Patty moves it. Is it Patty? No, it's like Lucy or something. Peppermint Patty is the butch sidekick, right? So obvious. You almost had it. When did I mess up? Okay, hold on, wait. Women are blind to male advances. Okay. When men, they don't look at the men advances. Then these are the poor. So these two look at each other. Because the bounty's after them, and they're like, take it. They did. Unless the wine is the gift. So that soon the wine may flow. Well, she's holding wine, so maybe she looks at him. She's like, you take the wine. Fuck, Lemon! I blame you. What's my armpit hurt? Is this a sign of a heart attack? You're blind to male advances. Oh my god. Fucking. You're not helpful. Fine, I'll do it myself. No, I can't. Right, hold on. I'm blind to male advances. I'm sorry, okay? So the men are advancing at the lady. But the poor shall take their chances to give their lord their bounty sown. Unless I assume her gender, is that a man over there? Do you have any bright ideas, huh? Ah! Oh, let me read it again. Oh. Hey, she's giving her the wine, isn't she? And then I had it where, how about the bounty though? All right. Hey, keep turning them. Are you judging me? I've been judged, huh? Do it. Wait, do what? Look it up? Rotate it? Okay. I was so nervous. I was just like, My first try. Holy fuck, you're right there like 3 times. Well. Fuck you.
What the hell?
Another banger from Ethan here. What'd you say you're up to? You just kicking it? You playing anything? Oh, you are playing something. What are you playing? You said, oh, Borderlands. That's right. Oh shit. Make sure I don't get cornered. I know your tricks, game. Get up. Oh, fuck you, game. Come on. Fuck you. Play more stuff beyond this wall, but I gotta go around. Ah! Been binging Borderlands, taking a break. Maybe I'm just getting old. Yeah. Also, I think your sleep schedule is worse than mine. Probably has something to do with it too. You're no spring chicken anymore. Keep your fucking head still. Oh. I go around? Hold on. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. wanna close my eyes. Don't wanna fall asleep cause I miss you, Ethan, and I don't wanna miss a thing. Not gonna lie, the new Borderlands does look kind of sick. I would play it. Will I? Maybe. There's still other Borderlands I have to play. I'm in the middle of 3 with my niece. Oh yeah, Jay, not Jay, Lemon, you said you'd be down to play that with me, right? 3? Or probably not anymore, huh? Because 4's out. Play with me and my niece. The one that got all killed in Helldivers that one time. Oh, there's still more pickups in there. What do we got? I know what we got. Oh, wait. Oh, I went the wrong way. Is this wall open right here? Is there an item? Oh, what the fuck? I will find him! Yeah, I don't know if I have drive space anymore. Yeah, I was thinking about it. The game's... I get it, but that game is huge. That game is like 120 gigs or something crazy like that. There's more shit down here. Is there an item I can shoot to drop it? Where is it? Where is it? No item gets left behind. I kind of miss the psychostimulants that 7 had, where it'll just highlight shit that you might have missed at the cost of an item. I think that's awesome. You won't break, do you? Oh. Found it. No, let's move this back. Find whatever, like, lockpick or whatever the fuck it is I'm missing. Unless this counts as the same room. Which does happen sometimes. Did I get him? Oh, I did. Sick. Bitch. Fight back. Let's see. How much shotgun would I have? Oh, not enough. Well, like, these are the enemies you definitely want to use your handgun on, you know? Ah, where? What? Why? Who? Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. Yeet! Oh, dang. Man, the distance to pick these up is far. Holy shit, I didn't realize that. I'm like force pulling it at me. Sick. Tight, 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 tight. He also died like this is the second time I referenced this week. There's a hooker in an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia that I think Frank falls in love with, and she dies of like a heart attack. Spoilers. And the way she does it, she's like, oh my god. Just like falls over. That's how that zombie just died. Nice reload animation on that pistol. Oh, because his fucking fingers are missing. I get it all? Yeah! Oh shit, I am missing an item down there. What the fuck is it? Where are you? I'm sorry. Is it one? Oh, it's right here probably. And the tasting room. God damn! God damn! God damn! Yeah, you liked this one, right, Lemon? Wait, right? Which room is it? Tasting room. I'll find my way back. It's okay. I don't think this is the right way anyway. Hi, Shuri. Hi, Shuri. Oh, fuck. Man, this game has a depth of field of like a fucking periscope or something. Mochi Mochi. One other beer. Vaughn, go get Daddy another beer, or I'll hit you. The way he holds the next mag with the same hand he's pulling the old one is realistic.
Has escaped that fool Heisenberg. Because he is in my castle.
The way he holds the next mag with the same hand he's pulling the old one. Oh, okay, I didn't notice that.
To drink milk and
kick ass.
No, Mother Miranda.
And I've just finished my beer.
Yes, of course, I understand the
Feels like I have another one.
importance of the ceremony. I won't let you go.
Baby!
Hell with the ceremony.
Calm down.
That
Want a massage?
man will pay for what he's done.
Dude, I can't wait for 9. Oh yeah, nice. I didn't know that was a real thing like that. I see it.
Rose.
She comes in the room, just sees me hiding in here. I'm like, Mama! I love that. Is there some shit in this room? Oh. You recall by Mother Miranda to decide the fate of the child's father. Just thinking of that family meaning makes me shudder. To think I am treated like a sister to those miscreants. Especially Heisenberg, that riffraff, Jesus. Wouldn't know proper manners if they slapped him in the face. Are you proper manners, Lady D? I would have sliced him to ribbons if Mother hadn't stopped me. Why? Why does she treat me the same as them? She gave me this castle, obedient daughters, everlasting life. Does she not? Am I not her favorite? Am I not special? I need a drink. Yeah, I'll drink to that. There is something in here. Ah. I still can't get in there. Oh, that's just Prime. You're special to me, baby. Nice. Oh, terrace, I guess. Bleh. Wait, go. Wait, what? I think I was supposed to go in there. Can I go around? I think I'm locked. Back on the other side. Okay, hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Family photo is the key. Oh, I didn't see that. Lady D. Oh, hey, mama.
All this for a child who isn't even here.
What the hell do...
You ungrateful, selfish wretch.
Harder.
You come into my house. You lay your man hands on my daughters.
Hey,
And
man,
now you even
another.
try to steal
Another.
my property. How dare you?
I'm so hard right now.
Rest while you can, because I will hunt you, and I will break you!
Promise?
Go ahead, do your worst.
Come get me! I'm gonna come. Say something cool like, I'm coming for you! And I was like, wait. Wait for me, though. And she threw me to the floor. Oh, this part! Fuck, I just hate being chased. I mean, by her, definitely an improvement over Nemesis. Okay, she's like already down here or some shit. Also... Is this it? This is it. Yeah, that's so fucking awesome.
Like I'd let you get away. You'll be sliced to ribbons before you ever see the child.
Love you.
You will learn what it means to insult our stomach mask.
All right, this way. Okay. Ah, wait, bitch. Severed hand. Where's she at? Oh god. Which way? All right. Come on, I'm just looking for loot. Das Loot? Oh shit. Can I? Oh no. Can I not? Oh shit, I can't. Wait!
Where do you think you
Hey B, calm down. You gotta be like that. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No! No more sorrows!
Running will get you nowhere!
I'm not running, I'm just playing hard to get. I like how the healing stuff even fixes his sleeve. Look at this. The sleeve gets fixed. Both of them, because he has an undershirt. Look at that. It's like stitched together now. It does not make sense.
Man, screw this castle.
Gorilla glue. Liquid Gorilla glue. Basically. Uh-oh. I hear... Bring it on, bitch. Hold on. I'm not getting cornered, am I? I could honestly run back to the save, which I probably should, and then put that mask back. Because that doesn't take up... Yeah, because they split up the... Doesn't have to. It's make-believe land. Yeah, that's fair. But, sorry. The key items don't take up inventory space, which is nice. Bill? Where am I? Where am I? Most of these games don't make sense to me. Yeah. Yeah. These, I love these games. But they are stupid half the time. Nice. Please be aware, the mistress's lipstick is missing. It's right here. No. If anyone finds it, could they please return it to her bathroom? It's custom made and therefore very expensive. Grand chambermaid. I'll think about it. No. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Can I craft anything? The motivation in this one is bonkers. Are you talking about finding your daughter? You're not a parent, bro. You wouldn't understand. People like that annoy me. Ah. Stop it. Okay. Ah. The way you have to find her, though. Oh, like the crystal parts. I remember the first time they did that, and it's like head. I was like, oh shit! I thought they did it. I thought they went there. I don't remember the ghouls being in here, though. Give me a fucking lockpick. Scientific name, none. Size 5 to 6 centimeters. Similar body structure to blowflies, although there are differences in the head. They are carnivorous and vigorously consume meat. In order to catch unsuspecting prey, they'll gather using pheromones to mimic a human. That's cool. They are produced... Never mind. They are produced when a cadeau lays eggs in its host, but the flies themselves are unable to reproduce. They are weak to sudden drops in temperature, especially if the temperature drops below 10 degrees Celsius. Their metabolism lowers and they go into a dormant cryptobiotic state. Similar to cryptobiosis of tardigrade or Polypedilum vanderplank. I was like, what? Oh yeah, I thought they went there too. Dude, I was like, let's fucking go. Like I was actually like way more into it than maybe should have been. Like I think most people, they wanted the response of, no. And me, I'm like, whoa, shit. I was so stoked. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know music. Oh. Ethan, you're a prodigy. Give me that jet dry. Gulp, 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 gulp. We're done here. Lady D. Coming for you, nigga. Alright, what's upstairs? Oh, library, Hall of Joy. But I kind of want to go save. I think saving is a good idea here. Hold on, zombies. I can't even talk to you until I've had my coffee, alright? Oh shit, he was like right there too.
It's a pleasure to see you safe. How were things?
No sign of Rose.
I'm so sorry it turned out that way. Well, you'll find your way to her once you're out of this castle. Do you have need of anything for the road ahead?
The music they're playing right now reminds me a lot of
You're sure to find something new.
the fuck do you call it? Don't be afraid of the dark. That was called? It was like Goosebumps but better. Are you afraid of the dark? That's what it was. Reminds me of that.
Ah, yes, yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Little and often fills the purse, as they say.
These nuts fill your chin, as they also say. I like how this dude is just chilling in their house. They don't care. I don't know if they ever actually explained who, what, and why with this guy. I know that early in the game, he was supposed to be one of the lords, like an extra like enemy for you to fight. But I think he got repurposed to be just, we have merchant at home. What are you buying? Ha ha ha! That's just something an old friend of mine used to say. I like that one. Ammo capacity. With the shotgun. Actually, hold on. How am I doing on ammo? Let me see. I have 14 and I have 31. Okay, I'm good. I have none, but I can make some because I have chemicals. Okay. Yeah.
Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
Said the thing.
Please come again.
Oh, did I just... God damn it. I made a save there. So... Oh yeah, and I got one of these masks now, so... Why not use the cool pistol? Because I can't upgrade it. And the stats aren't as good as what this has. Are you talking about the, talking about this one? The fucking,
yeah.
Samurai Edge? This thing? I think it's cool, but it's, oh, I hate when they do that. Yeah, dude, here's the thing. It's not even as good as the base version of my normal handgun, or it's barely better. So the power is 110. The normal handgun is 100. The rate of fire on the one I have is 0.45, so it takes like a 0.05 of a second longer. Reload speed is like a point off, like 0.1 off, and the ammo capacity is down by 1. Like, this gun is not as good unless it just happens to hit BOWs harder. And it just doesn't say that, you know? But I don't know. I'm not sure, but I hate when they do that shit too. The items. No more sorrow. I've paid for your mistake. Oh shit. There we go. It's 2. There we go. And now. Oh yeah, what was in there? The entrance hall. I'm missing something in there. Lady D, come find me. Isn't this pistol super cool looking? Glad you like it. It's useless. Oh yeah, dude, it's like the worst thing. It's like, because we talked about this before. Usually, and I think this comes with armor, right? I'll take some debuffs if it means I look cool, you know? Like, I do tend to min-max when and where I can, but the fact that that gun is almost immediately replaceable with the base handgun before upgrades, I'm like, why the fuck would I do that? What were you thinking? What were they thinking? Oh, I gotta open this and then there's some shit in there. Yeah. Dining room? Oh, there's some stuff in the dining room? It's in... Okay, this is the main hall. Oh, I went the long way. The long way. The long way. Peanut butter. Oh, shit!
Are you?
Stop making noise, whore. Bitch made me scream. Says there's something in here. Is it on the chandelier? Hold on, I'll deal with you guys in a minute. I need to see what the fuck is in this room. Also earlier, I like accidentally like hit the corner of my desk on my my palm, on the back of my palm right here, and it hurts. Got that shit. Wait, oh shit, they do come in. Don't invade my safe space, bitch. You want some too? I wonder if I could shoot him through the door. What do you think? Oh, nice. But yeah, dog, there's an item in here. I just don't know where. Oh, found it. Got it. And then there's some shit in here. Which, yeah, I think... Oh, stuff like this. That's right. I remember, yeah, shooting items to have them drop down. Oh, shit.
See, there you are.
Lady D, wait, I can explain. Where am I going, though? I'm just exploring. Could try going back down there. Kitchen. And then... Oh, that's right! Okay. There's stuff down there. So I'm gonna go back through the kitchen. Give her the old rope-a-dope. Where you at, bitch? Oh, there you are. Damn, she's fast. And then... okay. Probably wasn't worth it, but I did it. She's still coming? Alright. The only vulnerable chase character I like. Or invulnerable. Yeah, I feel it. Wait. Not dead yet? Ah, okay, wait. Wait. You know, I could go back and just buy a bit more ammo. Might be worth it. Laser sight would have been cool in first person. Yeah, it would have. Seems fun. Is 6 really is your favorite one, huh? It's your boy's favorite one also. Okay. Wait, no, does it go this way? Can I light it? Yep. Come on. We're... It's been a while. I don't think these lights will... No, probably Remake 4 is. Okay, that's a good one too. I'm really stoked to play that one. Do I put the pipe bomb in here? I do, right? What do you think? Fuck! Okay. I do. I was like, oh shit. This one's up there too, though. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you like some of these. I do feel like a disappointed father that you don't like, 2. I like the good ones. Ooh, you son of a bitch. Okay, let's... Stop swinging. Do you really have to shoot them? I'd rather not, but fine. What? More taxes. They meet them in the middle somehow? Got it. Like the good ones. It's one of the best ones, you psychopath. As your eye. What did I say? it's like your mutant ability is to piss me off. Guys, we're clearing here. Clear! Gabagoo. You're open. Oh. Oh, an old fashioned. Are you still taking a break from Borderlands, or are you back on that? Back on that ish? I really like how they let you know if you're leaving anything behind or not. Like, there's no in-game explanation for how that works, but I fucks with it. Fuck. Oh no, R&R. Nah, I'm chilling. Don't know if I'm gonna play more tonight. Well, I'm glad you're here hanging out. And this is where you're like, I'm actually getting tired. Bye. No. Don't leave me! I was already in here, but I know there's more shit that I forgot. Hold on, are my... I hope my my TikTok. I'm gonna go drink with my friends on VRC. All right, well, have fun. Thanks for hanging out. I saw your notification. I was actually gonna see if I let any of our you call it the trends die. Streaks. And then depending on when I stop playing, I'll actually check all the TikToks people will be sending me. Cyber. 1 second. Also, have fun, be safe. Oh my god, that looks amazing. One second. Okay. Oh, yeah, tasting room. Yeah, there's some shit in here. Sniff the queen. Let me get in there. Let me in! Let me the fuck in! Oh! I'm still here about less tension because I'll be chatting. Well, you weren't really chatting here anyway. I'm just kidding. Best thing to come out of VRC. Oh, that was VR chat, wasn't it? It's Peter the Non-Believer. Sorry. No, you're fine. I appreciate you even lurking. It means a lot. It really do. Okay, special chambers. What does that mean? I picked that up. What is that? And why does it have an X on it? This X marks the spot? Oh, that's the breakable wall. And I broke it. And then G. I take distillery. We'll figure that out. But we're going that way because I don't want to backtrack anymore. Actually, I think the path might be blocked. I think I have to go back the other way. If I remember correct. Fabric, click. Fill it in my plants. Oh. Alright. Never mind. Alright, we're backtracking. Oh, ooh, did I read this yet? First day we're in the castle. Yeah, all women. Right. Yeah, Uganda Knuckles rocked. You know there's VR chat porn now? People be wildin'. Oh, I've heard some things. Hold on, it has a name. ERP? Erotic roleplay? Some shit like that. It's a brave new world out there. Yeah, Gunner activities. We'll have fun with your activities. JK, JK, JK. Unless... Activates. Gunner mode, activate! Like a fucking Power Ranger. You're like... And like a Sailor Moon transformation happens. ERP, emergency! And then like you pull out like a fucking dildo. What do they call it? The Magic Dragons, or what's it called? What's the famous dildo company called? Pull out one of those. Oh shit, they're among us. Exactly, exactly. There's one in that midst. You know, if you don't get lost, are you even playing a Resident Evil? I know where to go, just Lady D's chasing me out of it. Still out there, whore? That damn girl!
Disgusting outsider.
You know, I'm nicer about it. I'm not that bad. Can I go that way? Yeah. Alright, whatever. Whatever, bitch. I think I can lurk when I kill you. I think I can not lurk, loot. That's what I meant to say. Oh, wait, where the fuck do I go next, though? Second floor. There's rooms up here. Yeah, I have no idea what kind of door that is. Probably the one I need to be in. All of ablution. Alright, so I'm gonna go in there and then go upstairs, up here. How do I get this way? Oh, it's this room. And there's some shit in here. Alright, we're gonna try that. And this bitch better not chase me. You won't catch me. Oh shit, she might. Oh shit. Wait. Oh shit, okay. Here I am being a goof and then I fucking see a dead end. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, lottie. Alright, there's some shit upstairs. Damn, she's like upstairs already? Oh god. Ah, jeez, Rick. Fuck. Oh, it's right here. She's gonna see me. She'll be like, there you are. Yep. Oh shit! Oh shit! Alright. I'll get back up there. You can't climb ladders, can you? Can you? There are items up there that I need to get. Falls on you like Rebecca? I'd be like, eh. Oh man. Did you say, fuck off, I'm doing something? You gone, bitch? I hear her footsteps. Oh, there's this here. Got it. That's probably it. Yep. All right, now. Wait, is there a door here? Which is fine, even though there probably was some shit in there that I just walked by. All right. Actually gonna walk because I think she might be able to hear me. Like I would assume they're recycling code like they do in. She's here, isn't she? I can smell her. Golden Boy reaction. Dude, I do like Prison School more, but he's amazing. Can you imagine a crossover? Like, can you imagine if fucking Golden Boy was put in the prison school?
So we finally
meet. Dude, I fucking lost it when you showed me that shit. Study. I'm gonna go to the save room, probably buy some ammo, because I think I'm good on that. And then I'm gonna go upstairs and I'll start unlocking some more shit. Oh, then this bitch is still chasing me. Both top tier? Yeah.
You wish to make a purchase?
No, nigga, I just want to say hi. Alright, let's see. I do have some stuff to sell. Azure Eye. Combinable. Don't sell that one yet.
Bits and bobs? I see.
Okay.
What are you buying?
What are you selling?
Please come again.
Bits and bobs and vagine. Where's that from? Is that just like just typical meme stuff? Or is it like because when I think of Bob's and Vagine, I also think of oh shit.
wait long.
Not really. Historically accurate Aladdin from Flash Gits. Flash Gits. No. A hole for something spherical. You know what? I think I just run past her. That's what I'm gonna do. Not afraid of you anymore.
You disgusting outsider.
There's already some good qualities to me. Ah, she's right behind me. Where, yeah, it was the historically accurate Aladdin, where he's like, I wish for you to make, oh, the accent, you kind of have to. He's like, I wish for you to make Jasmine my wife. And he's like, hey, I said I can't make people fall in love. And he's like, I said nothing of love, Genie. Wait! I thought that room would be unlocked. I don't know why. Ooh, is this a Lady D room? Yes! Okay, there is a path here. It's like that fucking Austin Powers meme, the oh, holy hell! Yeah, racist meme about Indians on the internet. Oh, yeah. It rings a bell. Ah, oh god, she's right behind me. Got it. What else is in here? Let me hide. Fuck off, bitch! Nothing? Oh, nice. No, I didn't realize that, I came down. I'm safe. Right? Okay, I heard the music pick up again. It probably just means she knows where I'm at. Very valuable. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh, there's more in here, but there might be more in the next room. We shall see. Is there any treasure I can? Oh, there is. This bitch must be pissed. She's chasing me. She hears me in this room that locks behind me. And she just hears gunfire. She's like, I know he's taking my shit. I know he's taking my shit. Hell yeah, brother. I also like the American Psycho meme, you know the one. I think I'm going to fight another one of these daughters here in a minute. You know what's cool? This game feels like... Ooh.
I was worried my...
Wait, drop my mic. Like I'm wasting time and shit. How loud was that? I totally dropped it. Yeah, cool. But the pacing's fast. Like that's been close to 3 hours.
Sisters have gotten to you first.
Wait, bitch. Wait. Come on. Oh shit. Thank you, ma'am. Can I have another? Oh shit, do I have? I do have. I have a lot.
How's it feel?
Feels good. Yeah. It feels good. Ah.
You've ruined the hunt.
Oh shit. M.
My body.
My bugs. My bugs.
Curse you. Why? No. It's a lie. No. You're
I think so. Am I? Daddy. Give me a second, let me make some medicine. Medicine? Oh! You're right. Like, wait.
Crazy witch.
What happened to my frame rate? Just OBS. At least the broadcast is fine. Look at OBS. I'm like a slideshow right now. It's weird. But as long as the stream itself is fine, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay, cool. Yeah, OBS looks choppy, but my stream looks smooth. That's all I care about, really. Looks okay. Oh, am I? Yeah, thanks. We done here? No. There is more. Yeah, is more. Treasure? Yep. Oh, what is this? What the fuck? Why? So random. The key item? Oh, you're one of the skulls. You're one of the masks. So I have 2 masks. I think, right? Who's on the back? I think I know where it goes. I think it goes on one of those ones in the lobby. What's my health? Oh, I'm a caution. I'm fine. I would like to save. There probably was like a checkpoint or a save just now, but I don't know. All right, so now that I got this, where is left to explore? There's this side, and then there's Opera Hall. So I do gotta. Okay, all right. I know where to go. Get these masks. I'm gonna fight this bitch, and we can get the fuck on out of here. Here we go. Watch me right here again. Yeah, I gotta go down. No, there is something in here that I just don't. can't see me. Going downstairs? Huh, bitch, that's where I gotta go. But I will loop back in.
You
No!
disgusting
Lady D! God damn it!
outsider.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna loop around in here. Alright, come get me. Slap her ass. In here. Dummy. Right? Yeah, okay. Finally me. Baby girl, you've been chasing me all around this place. That one, yep. Anything else in here? Oh, god damn it.
So you finally came to see me.
I'm gonna come.
Everyone falls for me.
Wait. Oh shit. Oh, controllers heal? Oh, I was wondering what the hotkey was. Wait, let me tell you something.
You can't be serious.
Wait, how do I do this? Oh, I did it already. That was easy. Where you at? There you are.
Why are you doing this?
Because if I can't have you, no one can! Oh, did it close? It closed. Oh shit, I didn't realize it does that. Oh jeez. Oh boy, here we go.
Damn. Why would you do this? A dream. This is
I didn't know I could do that.
So
fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Get back here, coward. I just want to shake your hand.
Don't wanna die.
It's okay. Come get me.
I'm sick of bugs.
Oh damn, buckshot hurts actually. You'd think. Right. If Ethan was black, he would say something like, damn, that's crazy. You know? Let's see. Anything else in here? There is some shit in here. More treasure. Breakables? On that. Okay, cool. I think I'm in a good spot, ammo-wise. Gonna bust a cap. Man, y'all tripping. Man. Wait, Ari doesn't have any... Well, I guess there's Sheva. But yeah, there's no black pro tags, I don't think. Otherwise. I feel like this elevator. It's gonna maybe that's the Lady D room. I don't want to go in there yet. And then this. Oh shit! Oh, I remember this room. I'm actually gonna grab that one. That one. 3 of the 4. In fact, actually, I think that's it. No, it's not. Last one's in here. Yeah, this is the one where I shoot the bells. Didn't you say that you liked that line in that G.I. Joe movie? You're like, fly, move, bust a cap or something. I remember you quoting it, and I was like, aw. All right, let's see. One, there's that one. There's one out there. There's two. There's 3 right here. 3! I don't remember how many there are total though. Let's try it. Oh. 5 bells. Oh, I finally read. Albella! Who are you? Do I know you? Who sent you? Welcome in, welcome in. I did get the mask, yeah. Oh wait, is there anything else in there? No. When was the last time you played this? I imagine you're like secretly like a pro. You're probably like, you're still stuck here? And I'm like, I know, I know. Sorry, I just feel like I'm gonna have another boss fight or something like now. Oh. Can't bullshit a bullshitter. Lockpick! Yay, yay! Pick it up. Weird, I couldn't pick it up when I got closer to it. Pressure map! Really? Must be getting close to the end. I heard there was something called the Dagger of Death Flowers somewhere in this castle. Apparently an antique from the Middle Ages that's coated in a concoction of poisons from across the continent. It's said to have been crafted to kill demons and monsters. Demons! It sounds fantastic, but no one knows where to find it. It's like around the corner. It's in here. Oh shit. Oh Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You fucker, get up. It was a banger, dude. I love that movie. Open up your hate and let it flow into me. Oh, I actually saw Richard Cheese in concert. It was fun. Wait, is this really the Lady D fight already? It can't be. It'd be nice if it was, because then I can actually explore without fucking bitch being on my nuts. No, that sounds bad when I say it like that. Yeah. Damn, I'm out of Pokeballs already. I have more, enough. All right. Oh, hold on. Fuck. Sell some shit in the extension. See what I got. How many do I got? How many do I got? Do it now. Sorry about that. It's important. It's real to me, damn it. Fuck. Land closer so I can loot your corpse. Oh, never mind. Oh, it's that place. I know where I'm at. Ah! Right in the nits. Cool wings. That's a cool wing design. See, what I want to do is I want to at least finish the Lady D's castle here. Then I'll fuck off, you know? Oh shit, dude. Damn, dude. Saw, dude. Get up here. Get up here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Get closer. Little closer. Bitch. Got it. Wait, no. Stay down. Stay down. Here's some loot, motherfucker. Welcome to hell, motherfucker! I'm just a birdie too. Damn. Are you dead? Hey, hurry up and die. Okay, cool. Can I even climb this shit? I guess I can. Yes, I can! The other one go. Where's your friend? Where's your friend? I can do one of my new favorite quotes from Jill Valentine. You think I know how to fuck you up? So cool. I want to be Jill Valentine when I go out. Oh shit. Wait, where? You under me? Oh shit, he dodged! Right in the butt. Bleh. Oh, actually, they are kind of like vampire-y, right? So instead of bleh, it's bleh. Stupid. All right, where am I going? Well, free. Some loot. I need das loot. Weird. Weird. Where am I going? I'm gonna keep looting. There's some shit I'm missing. There probably is a treasure hidden somewhere. I went all the way over here. I hear you. You hear that? I'm not afraid of you anymore. Yeah, the entrance hall. That's where that takes me. Which means I could save and I can come back. Or I can just keep looting. Oh. Oh man, I forgot how stupid dangly things on guns were. Oh, yeah, it was free, so I had it. What up, Ninja Dog? Another day, another thing to complain about. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. Hope you're doing well, my guy. What is you up to? You played this one before, right? Already in here. I can't tell what I'm missing. Legend says there might be treasure around here. I don't see it. Alright, I'm gonna not go to the elevator yet because I think it wants me to progress this way. But if I die, you paid full price, then beat it in 8 hours like a chump. Yeah, I paid full price. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not one of the longest, for sure. Honestly, I think most Resident Evils are relatively short, except 6, which is too long. And then Remake of 4, which is... That's a game right there. Oh, shit. I get it? I got it. I heard it fall. Yas. I never even knew that was there. Shit. All right, let me go save. Can I? Yes, I can. Yeah, I beat it like the day after I bought it, but then I played it a couple times. And I got it on a... Oh, shit. I killed her. I shot her dead.
No!
Yep.
How much blood and sweat do you think it took to raise?
Don't know. Don't care. Get the map. Get out. All right, we got Mask of Joy, which is 1. Mask of Pleasure is 4. Okay.
You have incurred an impossible.
Oh shit. Oh, she sees me now. Hold on, bitch. I'm doing something. One more mask. Hi. Hi.
Thanks to your
up,
consistent
dog?
patronage, I've expanded my services.
Yes.
Ah, yes, yes. I'm skilled at all sorts of weapons modifications, and will do them for a small fee.
How was your day, Ninja Dog? Or actually, your day's just starting, right? This is morning for you. If I'm not mistaken. It's like what, 8 or 9? Damn, I'm rich. Oh, and that's right. I got.
And buy it I will.
Yeah, 9, nearly 9. Yeah, sweet. Well, good morning. What do you any plans today? Or just relaxing because it's the weekend? I have some stuff I have to do. I actually got invited to go camping, but these fuckers told me the night before, and I'm like I have stuff to do. Like, you gotta give me a heads up. Like, you can't keep doing this.
Huh?
Ought to be. I'm rich.
Till next we
Wait,
meet.
is that a bullet at a time
Well
that I'm
then,
getting?
Feel free to peruse.
I think it is, actually. That's insane.
Huh?
So, you know, supply and demand, right?
Till next we meet.
I forget. Your favorite one is probably like OG2, right? Remake 1? Which one's your favorite? Because I can tell you are a fan. If I remember, yeah, you're not really fond of most of the remakes. You probably like the original remake. And maybe 4? I think you liked 4 remake. Sucker. Did I kill all of her daughters or just shit? Oh, there's more in here. Treasure? Oh! Nothing.
The entire bloodline of House Domitresk is done in by the likes of you.
Hey, mommy. Me uppies. It's funny. I saw a size comparison. This bitch towers over like Nemesis. Quite amazing. All right, now I gotta go. There's some shit in the courtyard that I fucking want, but I don't know what the f is. But now it actually scared me. I didn't realize that it doesn't like pause when I'm in the map. This way, and then this way, and then in the elevator again. I think I saved. Yeah, I did. Wait, but there's more lockpick spots, so it's up here. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. I actually have to loop around. Hi. Shit. I can get by here. I can do it. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. Okay. And then this way. Oh, goddamn, girl. Let me tell you something. And there is stuff in here. I just can't find it yet. I think it's... I want to say it's like in a... These... She's gonna come get me. BDD, come get me. You'll never find me. Ha 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 ha. Shit, she found me. There is something. Oh, it's a treasure. It's gotta be like on the... Oh, it's right there. Really? Get you on the way back. And then... I went the wrong way. Fuck, this is stupid. DD, wait. Yeah, it's in here and all the way at the end. Okay. Okay. Time to put these cigarettes through my stomach. Ooh, nice. That was actually a nice little pickup. Now I gotta see if there's more treasures in here. I mean, I said I have a fucking treasure map. Where? Items, treasure map. Dungeon, treasure. Oh, I already got that one though. This treasure map's useless. Fuck you! An heirloom worth a fortune, and then a woman's casket, but there's a goddamn trick to it. Yeah. I already did. Oh shit. Oh wow. Weird. If you guys noticed, I clicked off the game because it's borderless window, and it actually startled me a little bit. But is there a oh, there is treasure in here. You heard nothing. More sparklies. Oh shit. Play AD didn't hear that. Flower swords ball. All right, cool. Tight. And then now I can go to the opera hall, the courtyard, and then honestly that ball might be for the labyrinth puzzle, right? And then yeah, I gotta go back to this elevator in the entrance hall and then go up. Yeah, I know I'm going. As long as AD doesn't stop me. Can I just go this way? See. And look for treasure or something. There is something I can shoot to drop. I remember. I synced it. It might be in the trees. It's only a matter of time before Lady D pops out. But there is something out here. Oh. How did I miss this? Are we done here? No. No. Look carefully, Joey. It's hidden and everything is PS3 brown and gray. Where is it? Let's see, can I hop over this? Oh! How about now? Where is it? ADD is gonna come interrupt. It's up here. There might be like a treasure, right? I will look it up. I don't give a fuck. Actually, I think I should. Oh no, I put 7, 8. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was gonna check while I look at the map. There is right here. Oh, I think that was it. All right, with Gucci. And then, okay, dining room, main hall, entrance hall. Okay, I'm gonna run into her right now, probably. Well, I would actually like to save again, because you know how I do. And then I think that would be it, right? No other... Yeah, I guess I gotta progress and fight this bitch up there. Get that last mask. Then it's stoner bashing time.
Oh,
yeah, can I sell some
I
shit?
was just thinking of ways to pass the time.
Oh.
To think I would buy such things.
Start upgrading some shit. Ammo capacity is good. Good one. Oh, honestly, ammo capacity is good too.
What? Ah, it's fine. All finished. This simple modification can be done in just a moment.
Actually,
please come again. Seeking something.
I'm not done. I'm not done, you son of a bitch. Learn how to make shotgun ammo. How to make sniper rifle ammo and mines. Maybe. Third trigger for the shotgun. I don't need it. My thing isn't really rate of fire with the shotgun. It's, you know, power. Crafting ammo is useful AF, yo. So
selection.
Yeah, and then maybe the mines too. There's a couple areas where I know the mines come in handy. You know what? He's like, I'm rich. I'm rich, bitch.
Please come again.
Let's go. Ling ling. Alright, so that's funny. 6 out of 6, 7 out of 7, and then 16 out of 11. Yeah, 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 yeah. Not gonna lie, that neck pop felt amazing just now. I don't know if the mic picked it up. It probably didn't. Alright, and then that's where I came from, and this is where I'm going. Keep an eye out for items like this. I don't know how I missed you. Should I get another beer? After this. The roly puzzle? Oh! You're right. That's what this thing is, right? The... Okay. Thanks, dude. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, goddamn, I did it again. Because it's borderless windowed, so I actually clicked off it. But thank you for the reminder, dog. Oh, dude, I really appreciate that. I totally would have walked away without... Like, I forgot about that. Thanks, man. You a real one. You know what? Give yourself a shout out. Give yourself 2 shout outs. I like your clips. Or I could do it if you... Yeah, you get a shout out. What we got? Oh, is this fear? Yeah, I like this one. Fucking Christ. Jeez, motherfucker. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fun, we gotta find out how to play Fear 3 together. I know. It's the bad one, but I don't care. Oh, she's close. Oh, thanks. Thank you, dude. Nice. God damn it. Oh, and I can move the camera, right? Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'll use these. That's one of my favorite games, legitimately. Did not have fun with. Lame. Fine, I'll find another friend that wants to play it with me. No, I was kidding. I haven't even finished Fear 2. So it's like... This looks like a cool co-op game. Did you play co-op? Here, Lady D just fucking fee-fi foaming around. I didn't even hate it. It was just boring. Oh, wait, what? I fell? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, let's see what's next here. Is that not where it goes? Oh, I guess I had to go around that. I'd know if the camera would... Oh, can I rotate the camera this way? All right. Oh, now I know. It's okay. Lady D's fucking stomping. Okay, hold on. Get a good view of this. I put it in any of these holes, right? Okay. This way. And up. Oh, I gotta put it on the light. Oh shit, I was there. Hold on, let me go back. Ah! Fucked up. I can do it again. I can get it back. I can get it. Okay, we're here. Yas. Thanks, bro. I totally would have just walked away. Goddamn. From this one. I sell this shit, right?
You wish to make a purchase?
I wish to make a sell. Sucker. Brother. Very valuable. Crystallized human remains found in... Yeah. I just want to make sure it's not combinable. Because those are the ones you want to save and, you know, combine. All right.
Where did you get your hands on such a thing?
Literally right next to you.
We meet.
All right. And then... Move, you dumb bitch. Move!
Entire blood of House Dimitrescu is done in by the likes of you.
Yeah, get fucked. Oh shit. Hit the fucking button. Ah, come on. Okay. Or, actually, let me make some more. I didn't mean to use that. Oh, I can make a lot of these. Can I make any of these? I can make a mine. Goofy, yeah. I knew she was there, but I thought I could like... like as she's getting in, I can get out, but you know. Forgot collision was a thing. I'll do one for now. I'll craft it as I need it, because I think I can use chemicals for other shit. I will probably make more sniper ammo though. Fluid. Okay. All right, tight. You made me laugh when you said I was switching weapons like a Counter-Strike Pro in that Nemi fight. Turned the corner and just saw a huge ass go through the door. Yeah. I saw her go through and I was like, okay, let me like, let me just get right by you. I thought I could do that. My hubris. Wait, is this one? You said you only beat this one once? I guess when you beat it twice, but whatever. Where do I go though? This way. She does have a huge ass though. That thing go blah. I'm also keeping an eye out for any treasures, boxes, items. Anything a growing boy like Ethan needs. It's like the Home Alone bit. I was playing the time challenge mode for a bit, and then I think I had to delete for another game. Just to let you know, I've been loving your stream. I've been watching the whole time. VR chat has been lame tonight. Well, thank you. Sorry to hear that it's lame. And welcome back. I'm glad to be somewhat entertaining. I haven't tried time challenge mode. Honestly, the only time challenge mode I've ever done in Resident Evil, funny enough, would have been the original one because I wanted the infinite rocket launcher, and then the remake of 3, just because that game is extremely replayable.
Okay.
Rawr.
I should be able to get out with these.
Oh, come on, Ethan. Is that the best you got? And be like, it's time to take that bitch down. Lady Dimitrescu. She's gonna be Lady Dead. The mode is called Mercenaries. Oh, yeah, Mercenaries. Okay, yeah, that's... I was thinking, when I think it was time trial or whatever, I was thinking about, like, getting through the game, like, speedrunning. No, you're right. Yeah, Mercenaries. Honestly, Mercenaries in 4 or 5, and then I think some of this one is pretty good. I think my favorite Mercenaries is 5. And I remember liking what I played of this one.
Stupid man!
You fucking bitch! Leave me alone!
Even if you run!
It's not cute anymore! Actually, I'm kidding. Hold on. Let me see that ass. It's okay, girl. Let me get some Don Julio. We'll talk over, you know, we'll figure this thing out. Yes, I killed your daughters.
Welcome.
But technically they were your stepdaughters or some shit. They're not blood related.
You're sure
But it's okay. We can...
something new.
Let's squash the beef. And by squash the beef, I mean that fat ass. And huge titties. Let me out!
You will learn what it means to insult House Dimitrescu.
Ah! Fucking open! It's like making all this noise. Oh, shit. Okay, she's still chasing me? Probably. Oh, she's not. Oh. But she comes back as a dragon. Oh, no. This is where I get the poison knife or arrow or whatever. I killed your daughter, but I can explain. Yeah, exactly. It's like, look. Yes, I killed your daughter, but I had a very good reason, okay? And if you listen to anything I was saying while fighting them, that was the last thing I wanted to do. Yes, I killed your daughter. Oh, no, what's the line? Yeah, I killed them, and I hope they... Oh, no. Yeah, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. That's it.
You've ruined everything!
That's not what I want to stab you with. I'm sorry. You can work past this. Oh shit. You just look cooler. It's okay. Those are handlebars now. I can literally ride you. Okay. All right. Maybe if I close my eyes and stop making squealy noises. Oh man. I wish Ethan said like Ash Williams shit, you know? Like, I'll swallow your soul! And he's like, come get some. You once called me beautiful. Yeah? You got real ugly. Fucking Ash is the shit, dude.
Matches your inside. Son of a bitch.
That's the stuff, Ethan. He's doing it. Oh!
You're finished.
Am I doing this right? Oh, right on, brother. Oh shit! I know, right? The Lady D is chasing me. Guys, I think she wants me. She's into me. Where you at? Ah, there he is. Oh wait, is she weak on top? I bet you that's her weak spot. The person up there, right? Yeah, you're right, Lemon. I just saw this. It's been a while since I played this. Let's talk this out. Oh nice, she's looking gross now. Oh shit. What about my cum? Sorry, I'm getting a little too vulgar right now.
Everything from me.
What we had was special.
Just give up.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, well, just about there. Crazy bitch.
We won't hand her over to them.
No, wait. Let me do something. Let me do something. Nice. I can die. Hey, I'll give it to you. Just gotta ask. Turns out she just needs some dick. Hey, get the fuck up! Oh my god. How are you? You flying? Oh, she is flying. Oh shit, okay. I'd rather not. No, thank you. Are you dead yet? Oh. Why won't you die? Ah! Okay, well, that's totally my fault. Is that it? Did I do it? It didn't have to be like this. All you're gonna do is let me sucker from that sweet ass teat. But no. It's okay. I'll go to House Beneviento. Honestly, if it wasn't for that weird like face thing, she was kind of a baddie. The doll? Not the doll, but the doll chick. I saw her pictures before the mutations. What's he gonna say? What do we got, Ethan? Oh, cool.
You're the one who's cursed.
Good shit, Ethan. The crypts were better in the last game. But I like the story and like the... This is a good game, I think. Like the vibes, the story. How fucking batshit crazy everything is. Oh, here we go. The fuck is this? Daughter's head, Ethan.
Looks like I'm getting out of this place.
Got him. Right.
Rose.
Get some fucking lockpicks. Give me some fucking lockpicks, man. I finished the item that was requested. Please deliver it to the house with the red chimney. Go through the caves to the ruins, then down to the village. Bet. Oh, what's supposed to be? Actually, let me see if there's nothing else in here first. Okay, we're good. Then I'll save. Oh. Okay. That's the red chimney. In the pooper. Oh, there's gunpowder in here. All right. I was hoping I could just open that. I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo. So much space. How do I lower that? No, you. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh shit. Fuck you, fishy. I forgot this is Ethan's best comeback. Right? That is the level of charm and wit that he has. A kid that has nothing to say back. It's no you.
Hear our voice together as one in reverence. We call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into
Took a spitting.
His hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, we await the light at the end. In life and in death, glory to Mother Miranda.
You spit that in believer.
Remember me? I almost died up at that castle. Tell me.
I almost got fucked up over there.
How
There
can
were
a
these
man be
three
almost dead?
hot vampire baddies.
That's a question.
Oh god, they
for the
strung me up. It was a
You
nightmare.
know what I mean. And I still haven't found Rose. Where did Mother Miranda take
This
her?
big fucking MILF. She was chasing me and I was like, no! Stay away!
Too late. The child will be sacrificed. Life for life.
Her titties were the size of my Kia.
What shit is this?
It was awful.
The crests of
Oh, this is the
four
part. This is the
bloodlines
part.
May open the path you seek.
Will you please stop talking in riddles? I just want to find my daughter.
It's only a riddle if you don't know the answer.
Wait a second. That looks familiar. Hey, wait!
Alright, we're gonna get an ad break in a minute. I'm gonna do this, but then during that minute, I'm gonna go pee and I'm gonna grab another beer. You dig? You feel me? Anything else in here? No. Winged key or winged key? I don't know. I say winged. Maybe the context changes. Like if it has wings, it's winged. But if you're like, no, like, oh, I winged it.
What's this?
All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go pee and I'll wait for the ads to finish. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. Cause I'm black, y'all. Cause I'm black, y'all. Cause I'm blackity blackity. Be right back.
Wait, what the fuck? I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What? Check the DMs. Sending me. Oh god, you're wearing the hoodie. That's my lucky hoodie. Overnight. That looks cool. Wanna watch it with me awkwardly till the comedy comes in? No, I'll probably have my penis in my hand. Thanks for giving me off though. Fuck, was not on your side tonight? No, it was not. Neither was Skill. I fucking suck today. Who's live? We got Lily Montana playing Silent Hill 2. Got Lily Loves playing Pummel Party. You got Pig Madison playing Quiet Pace. You got Super Sleepy playing GTA 3. Am I going the right way? Wait, no, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck. Fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way. Oh my god, that's funny. The last time I mentioned my sisters, I was talking about Cyber Like It. I was like, he's such a Chad. I love him so much. I let him date one of my sisters. But only Cyber. But he's taken, so he can't. Oh, you know, after.
Like, I did a sculpture of my, not my cat, but a cat. And then somebody said I really captured their pose. And I was like, thank you. Like, it could be like the smallest thing. Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time. I like your shirt. Cool hair, dude, you know? Because then hopefully that makes their day a little bit better. You never know. Someone out there remembers you for being nice to them on a bad day.
Shoot him with the oh, head. Get over here. Shoot you with the dick.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep them coming.
Man, I am thoroughly enjoying this already, and it's been like 10 seconds.
Are we gonna do the anime voice competition thing right now? We're gonna be seeing the Oni-chan.
Oni-chan. Chotomate, iku.
Amazingly engrossed like that.
Save my daughter. And tell her I'm sorry I wasn't better.
Oh, you're a bitch.
It's supposed to be super scary.
Oh wow, dude, she's like farted blood out. She's like, blah. And there's like a pool.
Oh shit.
This is amazing. Oh, what up, Salt? Do you go by Salt or Tofu? I've been teeter-tottering. How's your day going? Paint me like one of your French girls. Can I? Promise?
Shoot him with the oh, head. Get over here. Let me shoot you with the dick.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep them coming.
Man, I am thoroughly enjoying this already, and it's been like 10 seconds.
I'm screaming, Joey. Yes. Oh, so it is this. It really? I didn't know. I don't think I might have seen it, but I didn't register it. First one. Period. I was not aware. Thank you for teaching me. Now I know. Now I know. And knowing's half the battle. The other half is violence and murder. What am I doing? All right. Shit. Without her face, from inside box, scent of mommy, maybe true mother there. Stone box hard, it hurt, steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. Yeah, not only is like half my friends' grammar bad, they also don't use punctuation. So I feel like I have to read their text like this sometimes, not naming names. Still would. Oh god.
It was like 18 gigs for me, I think, on my PlayStation.
Blake,
something crazy like that.
Repaired or even a simple bypass, and I'm your man. If any of you take on any damage, get back to me ASAP, and I'll help you out.
Brother!
I'm not carrying any dead bodies back.
All right, I'm back. Nobody panic. Nobody worry. I've gone nowhere.
Let's go. I use a voice changer to hide my identity.
I've returned.
He's just like Ghostface. What's your favorite position?
Have more beer. Yas. Hi. All right, let's see. They've been most stable streams I've done. All right, let's see. Ceremony site. Go down there yet. It's scary. Oh, actually, yeah, this is like a pond or something. Oh no, it's not. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh shit. Hey, can I alt to zoom? Motherfucker! Oh shit. Oh shit. I felt good. Oh, later, Angel. Good night. I didn't realize you were going to bed. Ready yet? Go. Ready yet? Go. I can hear one of those little goatsies. Where is it? You hear it. They blend in. I do hear it nearby. There? Probably. Boy. Craft some. How many can I craft? One chem, 2 rust, 1 gunpowder. Oh, that's not bad actually. That's good. Probably do like 2 of these. And I was only here because I know that one of the little goat things is like nearby. Must find it. It's probably down here underneath. Oh, it is. Sick. Fuck, I don't have the crank yet. I can't go you or you. That's what you're supposed to do when you crank that soldier boy in a Resident Evil game. Sir, are you okay? Check for a pulse. He's not breathing! Oh, is this the same? Does it connect? Yes, it does. And I'm an idiot. What's in this? What's in this one? Is there anything? I think so. Okay, okay, okay. Oh! Don't mind if I do. Oh, shit. It's locked. Kind of lock is it? Is it... I'm on the map. Alright, is it pink? Is it iron? Is it... Fuck! Alright, well... Find this fucking key. I'll be back anyway, because I need that crank. You crank that soldier boy. Altar. Is this where I find out that it's her fucking head?
I had a feeling you would pop up here.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's of value, but...
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Take a closer look.
I was like, oh shit! When I first saw this, I genuinely thought, you know, what it's implying right now.
That flask seems to contain her head.
Fucked. That's so fucked up.
No.
No, 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 no. Wait.
Roses.
Don't say another word! This is impossible! This just can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do
How are they
this?
now?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
I don't remember this. Who lives there?
Quit holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options? Your choice. The customer is always right. After all.
Right on, brother.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking Joker.
Fuck you.
Yes.
Sell anything? Oh yeah. Let's sell that. And I'm trying to cook. Let him cook.
Oh, Lady Dimitrescu. Beautiful even in death. That waistline. Yes.
Ah, even as a corpse, I'd hit that. What he sounds like. We got handgun ammo. Recipe for the pipe bombs, extra baggage, which I don't need just yet, but it always comes in handy, you know? I don't need it yet, but I will. You know? Cheek rest. His weapon sway. Oh shit, that's actually great. What? I could do like little micro adjustments with welcome, dude. Problem, dog. With a mouse and keyboard. This is significantly easier with a mouse and keyboard. Just saying. It's like with a controller, at best you're like one continuous speed, unless you have like accelerated aim, which is annoying. But now I can be like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck? 360 no scope, you know. But I've had damn near a 5-hour stream. I think it's about time I call it. So, everybody step into my office real quick. Nightcracker. Peace, nigga. But I'm raiding out. Is there anybody that you are into, or oh shit, hold on. I was wrong, quitting. Wait. Peace out, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna quit this if it lets me. Delete is quit. Okay. A weird hotkey for this. Usually it's like escape or something. Let's see who's here. Who's live? We got Bradtastic, Skyday, Lunity is playing a Demon Slayer game. Amy Divergent is playing Phantasy Star 4. Nice. Bree Cosplays is playing Death Stranding 2, I think. Full 180. Oh shit, he's live. Cardboard Knight or Cardboard Cowboy, he's funny. Exhalin Excels. Goes in the sky. Not bad at all. Yeah, we're gonna raid Redtastic's really the only one who's like up this late that I enjoy watching. So we're gonna raid Brad again. Peace out, everybody. I had a good stream. Next time I'll probably have enough time to finish the next Lord, which is what the not the fish guy, is it? It's the doll bitch. I think it's Lady D, Fish Dude, Doll Bitch, the Brenevisco, something like that, and then Heisenberg, right? And then to know that yet. All right. I had fun. I hope you guys did too. My cat has a zoomies, so I'm gonna go play with her, and then I don't know. I actually having a busy weekend. I feel bad. I was supposed to go camping, but they can't keep doing this. It's like, yo, pack this for tomorrow morning. I was like, dude, no. It's like, anyway, sorry. That's for another time. Peace out, bitches.